If you didn't figure out what was happening in that first part of the video, that was me preparing to actually find a trial chamber. So we're actually in 1.21 now. I know I'm a bit late, but I was waiting for some of the mods to actually be fully updated. So now I'm ready to actually go and find this. So we're gonna need to go grab that cartographer, hope he's gonna give us a map to find one of these trial chambers, and then hopefully we won't die in the process. The first cartographer finally grew up, so let's see if I get lucky and actually get that map with this first one. There's another 2 babies around, so it should be okay. Unfortunately, the second trade is pretty bad, and trading for maps, it's not really an option. So that's an Ocean Explorer map that's not gonna do us any good. I think I can probably trade some glass, but I guess glass is for... Oh no, glass is from the librarian, right? But it's only the other one that has the glass trade, unfortunately. Where is he hiding is the question. No, not this one. Hello? Where is that guy? I swear every time I look for him, he's not here. There we go. Let's trade 20. Let's make them into glass panes. Now let's look for the other guy again. Or at least he's sticking around his workstation. Okay, definitely need more glass. I don't really know how much. I'm really hoping to get the trade, but honestly, it doesn't really look like it. But who knows? Maybe we're gonna get lucky. I didn't know you can get this on your second trade. So it might be some kind of 121 change that happened. Okay, he leveled up. Woodland. Trial Explorer map. Nice. I need 7 compasses for that? Are you insane? Who's trading compasses? I know one of them. Yeah, here we go. 7 compasses. That's crazy. That is insane. Well, we got the Trial Explorer map. So let's see, where do we need to go? So that's over there. I guess that's underground, or is that an island? So we need to go, what's that? Southwest. So southwest. So somewhere that way. So I think I've been that way once before. So I don't know exactly where it would be. I don't know if the map is going to be fully accurate, because basically this won't spawn in any chunks that I loaded already. So I'm gonna have to see if this is going to be there. If not, I might have to go and you know, find another village somewhere where the chunks were unloaded, and then try to actually get a villager like that. So we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna grab a few more resources. I gathered a few more golden carrots to get me ready. I'm gonna gather a few more resources, and then I'm gonna go find this place. Alright, so I'm pretty much ready to go. I didn't really gather that many things like I thought I will. So I got some golden apples. I got the map. I got my safety vest just to be sure. Probably once we get in there, I'll probably need it. I got a fire resistance potion. I don't think there's like any fire mobs in there, so we should be fine. And then I got David, my new bow, because I feel like Infinity is definitely superior for mending, so I don't have to worry about arrows anymore. And then I think that's it. I don't know if I have anything else like proper. Like I have an extra few golden carrots in the chest, and then all the other things that I have around here I probably won't need. I might actually take a bed. Let's fly over to the village over here. I did change my shaders slightly. I mean, I upgraded my shaders, and I think maybe the... Oh no, now it's fine actually. It was a bit blurry when I flew in, so maybe it was like that morning fog kind of thing. Okay, so let's put this in our offhand. And then we said we need to go southwest. So it's pretty much this way over here. I really wonder how far it's going to be. I don't really remember 100% which way I went last time. But I definitely flew over this side when I came back. So, oh, it actually looks to be much closer than I thought. So that is rather weird, actually. Okay, so it's above here. Okay, maybe I didn't actually explore this way. Right, so it would be underwater by the looks of it. Let's see. So it would be pretty much directly down here. So let's just dig, I guess. Maybe I do a 2 wide. I do have respiration, so I should be okay with that. Maybe I will block this water above me. And then I can maybe put a torch in my hand so you guys can actually see. I don't know if this is gonna actually work, to be completely honest. I really can't remember if I've been around here or not. So I guess we'll find out together on this one. And also, I've never actually been in this. I've only seen like a few videos here and there about what to expect in the trial chamber, but I really didn't pay attention too much. So you guys are going to be seeing like pretty much a first-hand experience on how to take on this trial chamber. So looks like there's some kind of waterlogged caves over here, which I guess it's not the worst thing. Is there like anything over here that would give it away? It doesn't look like it. Where did I come from now? Okay, I came from over here. So let's go 2 more in, so I can then block this water and not drown. That would be ideal. I guess I probably should go even more in, just to completely skip this cave. I don't know if the fact that there's copper around does anything. I can hear a lot of mobs around. I don't really know what to expect. Oh, here we go. Is that it? I think that's it, right? Alright, I definitely don't want to drop down. Can I... Okay, how can I do this? What if I break this? Oh, that was so close to hit the zombie. Okay, let's dig around here and see what's the best way. Oh, there's a couple of creepers down here. Okay, definitely want to be careful on getting down here. Did I hit him? I did. I missed with that one. Yeah, so it's definitely over here, which is kind of weird. Like I definitely thought that I've been here before. Okay, so this is again an underwater cave. So maybe I can bypass that and like kind of dig through in here. I guess that baby zombie is gonna see me. So let's see. Ooh, advancement made. Trials edition. Alright, let's see. Let's put this chest plate. Oh, okay, so we're right in the middle of it, so let's put this shield on. I don't really know what to expect. I might cheese it slightly, just because I don't really know anything about what's happening. Oh, and the first thing that spawns are cave spiders. I really don't like this. And as far as I know, you can't actually do anything to disable these spawners, right? So where are you? Oh, it actually worked out fine because I have water here. Okay. Right, so the bow is pretty strong, which is a good thing. And honestly, I'm not a huge fan of spiders. And the fact that I have the fresh animations just makes it worse for me. So I don't really know, like these are not oxidized, right? So these are all spiders. I think the mushroom pretty much tells us that these are spiders. So let's get rid of this cobweb. Let's not get poisoned, because that would be bad. How many do I need to kill though? That is the big important question. So let's put the axe so I can actually wax that. No, 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 no. Why can't I wax the bulb though? Isn't it oh, I fully defeated that one? This is still spinning. What's the story with the bulb? Why can't I wax it? Oh, they changed the sound of the cobwebs. Break all the pots. I know that one. Wasn't it an axe that you needed? Or is it because it's wax I can't do it anymore? Okay, so I do have... maybe I don't throw away those. Maybe I throw away the diorite. I do have the texture pack that tells me that it's waxed. So it looks like you can't actually do this on waxed ones. I didn't know that. And then this is... what's this going to be? Oh, is this the vault thing? Okay, so I don't really understand what's going on here, because this one seems to still be active. Oh, would it be because there's still a spider somewhere down below? Oh, that could be a thing. So this is another vault. Yeah, I think that the spider kind of went there. So I didn't actually finish the spawner officially. Yeah, so I only got bread. It's definitely not the best loot that I was expecting. It is kind of weird though. I really thought that you can axe these. Or is it because I have the shield on? Oh, I can't believe it's because I had the shield on. Okay, so that's a new one now. Okay, let's make some lighten up. Okay, so that's... I wonder if that's a bug actually. Because, like, technically I should be able to just wax it, right? Oh, if I shift it works. Okay, the more you know. I guess that is a vault as well. So there's a lot of vaults, but not a lot of spawners. Right, so let's go down below. Now that I know the trick, I need to shift. Let's light up the whole place. As far as I know, there's no mobs spawning in the trial chambers unless there is what do you call it? Unless there's a spawner. So in a way, that's a good thing. So let's see our first trial key. Under lock and key. Got some emeralds. Got a shield. I don't need that. And it's a broken shield. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave the water here. I kinda like it here. It kinda keeps me protected slightly. So there's a lot of copper around. That chest there, I probably should get rid of that, to be completely honest. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Maybe get rid of the... what do you call it? The dripstone. So let's see, where's next? So, is this the whole room? Oh, there's a door. I didn't see that at first. Alright, so there is a door over here. Let's do this. And I think I broke all the pots around. There's nothing else around here. So let's see. Break all the pots. And that is a spawner. Okay, that's a skeleton. Oh, that's a lot of skeletons. Okay, fight each other. Yes, that's it. That's what I'd like to see. I'm really bad at PvP, so don't judge me too much. Aha! Let's grab those arrows. There's an axe over here. And then there's something there. Apparently there's candles around. Nothing in the barrel. I guess there is a guy that fell down there, probably. So let's see, there's some water over here. And then there's some things above me as well. This thing is actually massive. I will try to get rid of all the like waxed ones. So there's a few things spawning around here. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Okay, okay, okay. Relax. I mean, I'm doing pretty good so far. Or at least I think I am. Where did that guy hit me from? What's in here? There's, is this like just a trap? Okay. So there's nothing over on that side, nothing over here. Let's go up. I always like to do upstairs first, just so I don't have anything like dropping on me from above after that. Can you make this jump? There's no way you can make that. Let's make a bit of light here. Oh, that probably would have been smart to grab some ender pearls, right? Come on, go down the ladder. Then I've been over here. Where are those guys? I keep hearing them, but I think those are the ones that are like outside of the chamber. So that's where I came from. This is where I was. So I could probably just jump down there. Realistically. That would probably be the smartest thing to do. Let's hide, let them shoot each other. Get wrecked. Okay. I think I heard one of them being done. Let's run around. Grab him around the corner. More of these. What did I get? I have no idea. Oh, there's a key up there. Okay, let's pillar, I guess. There's no other way to get up there. And then, yeah, there's more over here. There's nothing in this. Oh, there's a pottery shard. I forgot you actually get these too. There's like so many things. I think there's too many things happening at the same time. Hold on. Let's make a very, very good ladder here. Do I have a bit more? Yes. Here we go. Got a key. Trial key. Now I need to find another vault, right? I think this is where I came from. So there was a vault over here. Open. Oh, that's the one that I done already. Okay, maybe this one? No, it was this one in the corner, right? Give me something good. Oh, a music disc, yes. That was a lot of loot, actually. Precipice. Wind charges, okay. I don't need this. Honey bottles, I don't think I need those, but let's just eat them. Drink them, rather. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, we can go back now. So we were over here. Okay, so I've been here, I've been there. Let's see. Let's wax all these, or rather unwax them. Okay. Oh, there's a chest here, nice hidden chest, a block of iron. Cake. I don't really need those. So I guess to get in there, I need to break this. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's like any other way. And I guess this is a vault as well, right? Yes. Oh, that's a... What is that though? I don't really know. Let's drop a couple of things in here. Maybe I'll keep the stone, and I can probably put the Trial Explorer map in there as well. So this is all tough. And then there's some pots over here. I mean, I'll take all the bricks. I'll probably need them at one point. And then there's this, the pottery shard. I forgot about that one. Let's explore over here first. More pots. This one is fully oxidized. More pots, some emeralds. I mean, the loot is not too bad, to be completely honest. I thought it's gonna be, you know, much more difficult to do this. I mean, I know I'm kind of hiding and all that. I'm not really, you know, going after the fight and stuff. But I don't feel like it's that like complicated or anything. So this is pretty dark over here. Is there... Oh yeah, there's another pot here. I think I can break the pot with the axe as well, right? So let's go this way. There's some kind of stair down. Apparently I could just drop. Maybe I won't. I don't know what to expect around here. Let's go down. There's a chest. Oh, there's a banner pattern. And then arrow poison. I mean, yes please. Some diamonds. I won't need this one. I will break that. I mean, I can probably take all these copper grates, get rid of this. I don't know how I feel about this texture now, to be honest. I kind of liked it originally when I added the pack. But now I'm kind of... I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it. It looks kind of weird in the inventory. Okay, so that's done. Let's do this. Oh, you can even do the door, by the way. If you didn't know that. So, where does this go? So that goes over here, and I think I've been over on that side. So let's go back down. And then this is the one that I finished earlier. That one is done. And then I've been over here, so I guess it's this hallway now. This is another one of those. I don't have any more keys, do I? No. Okay, where am I now? Oh, that's the breeze, okay. Let's see. Oh, can I use a wind charge on it? Oh. Oh, I think there's a thing where I can isn't there like some kind of... Oh, that hurts. That hurts. So apparently they hit back. Let's eat quick. Oh, what's that? Oh, there's some skeletons around. Let's get rid of these guys because I think they're more dangerous. Did the breeze die from my what's this? These are some arrows. Come on, skeleton. Let's get some light in here. So these are... Where do these go? Oh, that's water, okay. Oh, is that to keep like the breeze in check kind of way? I think it might be. Oh, I got a breeze rod. So there's still one more skeleton over here. That's done. Give me a key. Bing! Nice. Let's get rid of the string. And then put this in here. Oh, I got diamonds. Another honey bottle. Why not? Then there's nothing much left. There's some kind of like stair thing here. Don't know what that is. I think it's just a visual thing maybe. And then what is over here? Oh, that's the... I think that's where I came from, right? Yeah, that's where I came from. So there's no point to try to go in there. There's a chest that is empty. So is this it? That's another... I think that's a vault there by the looks of it. Nah, this can't be it. It can't be just this much. Let's walk around a bit more. Is there like some kind of redstone involved in here that if I like make these shine brighter, something's gonna open kind of thing? No, it doesn't look like it. Let's turn that one back on. I guess that's it up here. Oh, maybe you know what? Maybe I will take out my ender chest. Do I have any empty shulkers around here? No, let's make a shulker. I don't have any more of those, so maybe I'll just drop the things in here. So I got some diamonds. I got this one. I got the disc, the wind charges, the breeze rods, the pattern. And I think that's it for now. Let's put that in there. Get the chest back. And let's go. I think I was here before, right? Also, this one loops. Okay, so it was just a loop pretty much over on this side. So the question is this like now still waxed? So I guess these are not waxed anymore because they were waxed originally, but then I use my axe on them and then they're not. So they can age and the light can go away still. I think that's it. It really doesn't look like there's much more. Yeah, so that's nothing in there. Did I maybe miss something? So there's a door. I think I've been down here, right? Let's just drop now. Yeah, so I've been here. Can I... Like, is it worth digging through? Yeah, there's nothing over here. So let's go back up. Was there any other door that I might have missed? I don't think so. So let's go up a floor. And then over here... I mean, there's nothing wrong for me breaking a few things, right? At least it's gonna make me a bit faster to go around. So that's where I've been again. Or I think I came from over on this side, right? Oh yeah, this is the breeze room. Right, oh, that scared me. So there's nothing else really. These are some like fire charges. They don't do much. And then over here, let's see, what's that? These are like snowballs. Oh, there's a ladder here. Can I do this? Or maybe I eat. Where does this go? Oh, this goes above the whole thing. There's an empty chest. And it's, oh, it's these stairs. Okay. And would it be anything behind here? This, I guess, takes me back to the original place. So I guess that's really it. Did I get really unlucky? And I found the smallest trial chamber ever? Or am I dumb and like I can't find the rest of it? Oh, there's something here. Okay. There's things happening. Oh. What is that noise? Don't really know what that noise is. So I got flame on the bow as well, which kind of helps. I don't really know what this is. Oh, this is to kind of help me out, I guess. I don't particularly need that, because then it's gonna flush the mobs away. And I kind of want to see them. So is that done? No, I guess it's... Oh, they won't walk here because there's the... It's the magmas. What was that noise? Oh, the breeze is actually... So it's always shooting back at you? Ow, 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 ow. Alright, so I guess the breeze, it's... The breeze is like melee only. I guess it's a good thing actually to have the water, because I can go back. I got a key. Nothing in the chest. A bit disappointing that there's nothing in the chests though. I think that might have been the last one. I got some cooked chicken. Okay, that was slightly disappointing as well. I don't know what's up here. So there's a few skeletons. They can't actually come over to me. So let's see. Let's go around them. There's nothing here, nothing here. This is pretty much fully waxed. And there's some kind of stairs over here, I guess. Ow. Is there not some kind of thing to shoot it back at it? Let me try. Ah! Looks like not. Or do I need to like kill it with that? But the charge doesn't kill, right? It just like throws them. Yeah, let's eat quick. Stop running away. Dead. Okay, got some bread. Yeah, the loot is definitely not the best over here. So let's do some of this, some of that, and then break this. I don't want to break that. I will go up like that. Can I grab it? No. So I got 2 keys now. Can I jump here? And I guess I need to get rid of this. I fell down. That's okay. So that's a vault. And like, how do you normally get up there though? Like, is there some kind of path? So there's 1 key. Nice. Got the armor trim. Let's get rid of this. A bolt armor trim. I have no idea how that looks like. Oh, this is a fire resistance. Let's drink this. I mean, it kind of keeps us saturated, so it's not that bad, I guess. The thing is, does it matter, like, which vault do you, like, open? So it just says that it's a vault. Oh, maybe this is one of those, like, ominous vaults? There's another template, another diamond. Ominous bottle, there we go. So I think if I use that ominous bottle, it starts some kind of trial or something like that. So yeah, I don't know if I want... Like, do I want to use that? Is this where I came from is the question. There's a chest. Maybe don't hold the diamond. It kind of looks like this is where I came from before. Right? Yeah, it kind of does. Or is it just a different room that looks exactly the same? Yeah, there's nothing over here. And then there's some kind of path up there. How do you get up there though? Oh, there's a path even higher. I guess you just pillar up. Doesn't look like there's a way to get up there. And the thing with the ominous bottle, do I want to use it like in the breeze room? Or would I like try it somewhere else? Oh, there's beds here. Bamboo planks and some baked potatoes. So I assume that technically this is where I am kind of supposed to find it, right? How do I... Can I go higher than this? Okay, so I guess that this is how I'm supposed to actually get up here, right? So, but there's no actual entrance. So how would you like properly get in here? Oh, there's a few more pots. Let's make some light first. Can I break it with this? Oh, because I have Silk Touch, it actually breaks it in a like a pot thing. Let's get rid of the iron. Plop this back down and break it. So there's a few bricks. So let's put that ender chest down and put a few more things. So this is a flow pottery, a smithing template. Drop these. Maybe drop the copper in there, add another diamond. Let's wax this. Unfortunately, there's no more keys. I think I got really lucky at the start. Oh, here we go. Speaking of which, there were a few keys. Let's wax this, make some light. I mean, for me, it's not too bad. I don't know for you guys how dark it gets. So I'd rather wax. I'd rather like make light as much as possible. And then there's another one of those. Is this like the entrance? I think this might be the entrance. Is this like how you find it? I don't think so. Let's see what's up the stairs. So it's the same kind of face pattern over here. Oh, is that a spider? I think that's a spider. And then going over here. Okay, so there's like a honeycomb. Arrows. Don't really need any of that. And then, oh, better not fall down there. Make some more light. I like the fact that they made that there's no mobs spawning around here. So this is... okay, so maybe this is how you're supposed to find it. Do I get an achievement if I wax? If I like unwax everything that's down here? So that's a cactus. This is that chiseled copper, right? Yeah. So there's nothing really. There's thing there. How would I get up there though? I guess I do this. And then I keep hearing spiders. I really don't like the noise of that. I got 2 keys. This one looks like one of those ominous ones again. So let's... Can I reach? No. Maybe I can just bridge. And go over here like this. I guess I could have taken the ladder up. I heard their thing. Oh, here we go. So I need to go... So it's like down here. Oh! I was just about to say, oh, these are husks. These are gonna be easy. And they're like... started to attack me straight away. Can I eat? No. There are a few over here, no? I think that's it. Give me a key. Very nice. Okay, so there's actually a good few keys. And the rooms are actually big enough. Let's jump. More of these. Another pottery shard. Oh, there's a lot of pots. Did I just get a diamond out of that? I did. Let's get rid of the bones. Don't really need those. More pots. Oh, there's a disc. How did I miss that? What's this? Creator. So we got 2 discs now. Let's plop this down. Let's drop this, the disc, the emeralds, this, the bricks. I got 4 keys. That's really good. Do I want to drink this over here? Let's grab this. What happens if I do this? Did I make a mistake? So this is... Hey, no. No, not the babies. Okay, so they make... I don't really know what this is. I don't really know what the thing is. There's a breeze around here, apparently. Where's the breeze? There's a thing here that I missed. Oh, there's the ominous trial key. Was that not a breeze? What was that? I got knocked up. I got knocked over. So there's a path going down there. Let's go up because I know that that like ominous thing is here. Let's see, what do we get out of it? Revolting. Oh, I got another one of these. A diamond block. And then the flow armor trim. I think I got both armor trims, right? It's only 2 that got added, is it? Okay. I'm really enjoying this. Diamond block, this, more rods, more of these, more wind charges. Where's that bow in there? Oh, that's the bow that was originally in there, okay. Let's get rid of some arrows because I can afford it now. Throw this bow away. Grab this. And let's see, is there like anything else over on the far side? Doesn't look like there's much here. There is some kind of thing here that's like very dark. But I think this is where I came from, right? Yeah, that was the first... Or was it? Oh no, I came from over there. And I came here, I saw this. Yeah, my sense of direction is so bad. And then, yeah, I was over on this side. And then, what's this? Trial Omen. What does that mean? Can I close this? Trial Omen. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that Trial Omen is. Is it like kind of that thing with the hero of the village that I completed this and now I'm done? Kind of way? Is that the case? I don't know. I don't... I probably should have read a bit about what to expect around here. So I think I finished this area, right? So let's go up. Let's go all the way up. Was there another trial thing over here? So that's the one that I've done. Oh, there's some kind of ladder. Staircase, I should say. Nothing over here. See, this is the thing. I don't remember if I've been here now. I do have some keys for you. Here you go. Wind charge, emeralds, and that's it. And then you. Ooh, diamonds. A chest plate. Fire protection chest plate. I guess it's like, you know, better than nothing. Okay, so what I said earlier, that this is probably the smallest one. It's just me being bad at actually navigating through it. I keep hearing mobs. Let's jump over here. I think... Yeah, this is the ominous one, so I've already done that, so nothing is gonna come out of it, I suppose. Yes. So let's drop here. And then there's another thing up there. Can I get up there somehow? Or is it just pillar thing. I guess I need to pillar again. So let's go like this. Yep. One more key. Iron, emeralds. Another honey bottle. I mean, the honey bottles are not too bad. Keeps my saturation up, I guess. Let's do this. And then I suppose... yeah, there's no like hidden rooms behind this or anything like that. And this is going here, which goes nowhere. And then this is going back to where I came from. Alright, so I suppose that's it. So let's get back to finding another one of those regular vaults. Which way was it? So I came through this. This is the bed area, and something that I realized, I didn't actually set my spawn. So I don't know how smart that was. But at this point, I guess it's okay. Let's see, can I clutch this? Perfection. Alright, let's find one of those vaults now. Oh, what's that? What? Is that because of the effect? Okay. I wasn't ready for that one. Oh, let's eat quick. How many of them are they spawning? So is it like all the spawners? What's this? Wind charged. I don't know what that means. What is going on? There's definitely something happening and I don't know what. Is that the breeze shooting at me or something? I really like the touches with the armor trims on the mobs though. I don't know what that is though. What is this wind thing? That's a bottle here. What's that bottle all about? Why is it always baby zombies? Okay, let's get these breezes. The good thing is that the breeze doesn't damage you. Okay, this is getting a bit hairy now. Let's get them. I think the breeze turned off my water there. Ha! So I used this one. Let's get those skeletons. Oh, let's eat. I still don't know what the wind thing is. And I have weaving. I think these are the new effects. I have no idea what they mean. So they do damage you in the end, right? Oh, here we go. Blowback. I knew there's some kind of achievement. What's that? What does that mean? Kill a breeze. Oh, so I needed to kill it. Okay. Okay, so there's a golden carrot, which I guess it's better than a cooked chicken or a baked potato that I got so far. So does that mean that this is done? 2 pieces of steak. Okay, take that back. And then over here. And then there's like some baked potatoes over there. And what is that? Let's break this. That is a potion of strength. Okay. I guess it's not too bad. And then last time I think I went through here. So I used this one. That one is here. And then this was the... Oh, but I don't have an ominous key. Well, that sucks. Oh, but now I know that if I go back, all the other spawners are gonna be turning into ominous, so I could still have a chance of getting more keys. Okay, let's see. Here we go. I think these were skeletons, right? Yes. Do these ones not attack each other? Okay, looks like these guys are ignoring themselves, so they only want to attack me. They're pretty strong, these ones. Yeah, and there's definitely something here. Where did these guys come from? Is that again some kind of thing? Okay, got a golden carrot. I'll take that. It's not too bad. There's one more over here. But where did that spawn from? There is a... Okay, got this. Oh, this is another ominous one. Okay, never mind. That's the map. I've been here. So that must have been... Is there another spawner up there? Is that where the other ones fell from? Oh yeah, it was this one. I guess that's another potion of strength, so might as well take it and get rid of it. And get rid of that as well. So I've been... Have I been this way? Oh, here's the vault, okay. Oh, I got another disc. Oh, I got this one before. I thought it's gonna be a new one. That would have been nice to have all of them. There's 3 of them as far as I know. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't remember... I don't really remember what mobs were around here. I think this was where the breezes were as well, right? Yes, I think that's where the breezes are. Kind of dark. I hope you guys can see. I'm gonna try to kind of make some light while I fight these guys. Let's do this quick. Where is it? Okay, dead. That's a thing. Let's throw everything into this corner over here that I don't need. Just to kind of make some space. Okay. Got some more of those. Okay, golden carrot. And... Did I get anything out of that? No. Okay, so I got lucky with the first ominous that I opened. but it looks like that was about it. There's nothing, oops. Nothing over here left. So let's go back. I think, yeah, I think I came from over on that side. How did I find the other room again? It was through here, right? And then, was it like here? So I know there's 2 vaults over on this side if I really get more keys. Oh, here we go. There's a ladder. And I think, oh no, this only takes me back. So I guess I need to go back into this corridor over here. And then it was like that. I've been here by the looks of it. Oh, the thing is gone, so I won't be able to spawn any more things anyway. So I guess that's it. There is nothing left. So let's see, what can I drop in here? So I have Precipice and Chevron. Ah, so they don't actually stack the music discs. I forgot about that. And then, yeah, this. Okay, so let me just check. Okay, so let me just check around, see if there's anything else that I missed. I don't want to... This probably is really long already. I want to post this fully unedited clip. So I think it's long enough. So let me just walk around without the camera and then see if there's anything that I missed. Oh! So it looks like I was gone for so long that the spawners reset. Okay, that's a lot of poison spiders. Cave spiders. Oh! Whoa! That was a lot. I was not expecting that to happen. I was definitely not expecting that to happen. Do I have any blocks? I don't. Let's do this. This is another one of those ominous ones, right? Yes. So do these vaults reset? I guess they don't. So let's go back to where I was. I think it was down here? No. Oh, I got a book, a channeling book. Okay, so it might actually be worth keeping that book then. Not the book, sorry, the map that I had. Right? Because since all these spawners reset, I could keep farming these. Thing is that where was I? So I wasn't here. Yeah, so it might be worth keeping that map so I know where to come next time. All right, so let's see. Can I make my way back now? I think it was through here, was it? No. I think it was through here and then through here. Okay, so this is where it all started. So let's put the wings back on, put the rockets over here, and head back home and see what kind of loot we actually got. So in case you were wondering, while we fly back home, I actually went into free camp before I left, just to kind of see how big the whole structure is. And it's actually insane how massive it got. I think I pretty much got everything except a really tiny one, like that's like somewhere at the top. So this one over here, by the looks of it, I don't remember being here, so I think this was the only one that I actually missed. But other than that, I think I pretty much explored the whole thing. It's actually crazy how the whole thing generated like underground like this. I really like this new update. And I think I'm definitely gonna try to take on another one. Now that I know that ominous bottle resets all the spawners, I think I'll be able to come back over here more. And if I'm not mistaken, you can actually get that by killing raid captains as well. So you could make a pretty good farm over here. So yeah, this is kind of the whole thing. Glad you guys stuck around for the whole thing. Back at the village, and let's see what we got from this trip. So I got some pottery shards. I don't know how many new ones got added. I got the discs, but I only got 2 of them. I know there's definitely 3. Then a Guster banner pattern. I don't necessarily know what that is. The flow smithing template, the bolt smithing template. Then we got 9 diamonds, a diamond block, which is really good actually. Some emeralds, some breeze rods. I think the breeze rods you can use for some potions. Some of copper, doesn't really matter. So let's see. Let's grab this. Let's grab that. Let's fly over to our sniffer sanctuary because I do have a jukebox over there. And let's listen to this tune for a bit. So I'm not gonna play it too long. I don't know exactly how the whole copyright thing works. So oh, that's a music box. I like this one. Okay, and then this. Oh, this is like a Christmas thing. Okay. So, oh, this is from the same one. I don't know, Sheriff, the relic. Right? What's the relic again? I don't remember her. Oh, this one. I like the relic. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I think it got... I don't really know how long it took to do this whole thing. I hope it's not too long, to be honest with you. So you guys can actually watch at a decent pace. So yeah, these are the 2 new music discs. So you can actually get them from these trial chambers. I'm definitely gonna keep this trial explorer map. I might put it somewhere in an item frame over at the village here. You know, have it like nicely hang over here. It's a straight line, to be honest, so it's not gonna be hard to find again. But having the map would help a ton to actually see it. So I think I'm gonna frame it somewhere around here. Definitely gonna have to do this again. Maybe grab a few more bottles. Try to clear the area, make it a bit easier to fight now that we actually fought it, like basically like for real. And it was my first time actually doing it, so I'm pretty proud that it turned out so good. It didn't really get close to me dying. I thought it's gonna be much harder, but I guess, you know, having the whole netherite armor really helped. The idea of the whole village being alive the way I wanted it to, it's actually working. Let me show you what I've been up to in the past couple of days. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really played on the world since I took the break. And I've only been doing this in the past week or 2 maybe. And I did a good bit of progress working on the next village, which is going to be the Mason village. If you are following my live streams, I kind of did a few sneak peeks over there if you guys are interested to check me out. And yeah, let's get started with what I want to show you guys. So like I said, while I was kind of working around here, I designed this path over here. This is basically going to be taking us over to the village, which is the Mason village. It's not much right now because it's just a path. Even though it's simple, I do really like it. But I feel like it needs something on the sides, so I do plan to build some kind of custom trees around here. I then stopped over here at the crossroads. I want to put a sign over here that points that this is going to be the Mason village. Then I extended the path pretty much over at the village. I still have to do the sides. I haven't done that, but that's not as important over here until I finish the village itself. And then I actually enclosed this whole village. If we go into camera mode, you'll see the whole fence. So there's going to be a building over here on top of this mountain. Then there's going to be a bridge connecting this to this, another big building over here, and then a staircase down into this main area where the main kind of stonemasons are going to be hanging out. So I do want to have this as interactive as possible, same as the village over here. So I'm thinking to probably put like a bell and make a small town hall over here, or maybe put the bell here and then have the village cross the village and then go over down in this area, or maybe put the bell over here and then they're gonna have to travel all across when they actually want to gather. So I haven't figured that one out, but by the end of this episode, I'm sure you guys will find out how exactly this is going to look like. So to start things off, I decided to go with the bridge first. And because I want to have the villagers enclosed and not be able to get out of this area that I kind of mapped out, I decided to go with a straight bridge. I'm gonna add some walls over here to the sides so they won't be able to walk off the bridge in case they push themselves or anything like that. And then down below, I'm gonna add some pillars that support this bridge. So it's gonna be a rather simple bridge, but I decided to go with a straight one and to go with the stone variant just because they are masons, so they develop the ability to, you know, work with stone and develop buildings with stone and stuff like that. So I decided that that seems a bit more fitting. The second part of the bridge is going to be looking something like this. I wanted to go with cobblestone here, but it kind of felt a bit too noisy and I feel like the tough walls go a bit better with the whole aesthetic here. Then I added the smooth stone slabs over at the top just so the villagers can't jump over. And now the next step is going to be to make the pillars that are actually supporting the whole bridge. And with a bit of editing magic, everything is done. To give you a better idea, that's me on the bridge. I decided to not go with huge pillars and instead make a pretty nice arch here connecting to each side of the hill, let's call it, because it's definitely not a mountain. I tried to use a few slabs and a few stairs to make it look pretty nice. I added some cracked stone bricks to give it a bit of texture, and then I added the tough bricks in areas that I feel like are a bit more shaded, right? So it kind of gives a bit more depth. I added a few here, a few there, a few here. If I go underneath the bridge, it's pretty much the same kind of story down below here. So there are a few naturally cast shadows, so I kind of try to follow that same kind of pattern. So see, there's a few here, a few there. They're actually really hard to spot from certain angles because there is an actual shadow, but I feel like I really like the way this looks like. If you guys have any kind of ideas that would help me improve this bridge, just let me know down in the comments and I'll make sure to have a look and implement them over here. One thing that I definitely need to do is to add some lighting over here on the bridge, because right now mobs can definitely spawn over here and we don't want that to happen when the village is going to be fully populated. So I need to see if I can sneak in some kind of lighting over here. I think it's only the middle of the bridge that's the issue, because I do have the lanterns over on the edges. So in theory it shouldn't be that complicated. So maybe if I put just some torches on the side of the bridge or something like that, but I'm gonna have to figure out a solution that works and doesn't make the bridge look too ugly. And the solution was actually much simpler than I thought. I just added 2 lanterns over here. It kind of adds a bit of lighting underneath the bridge to make it more visible, which I feel like it kind of works fairly nice. And that actually adds enough light on top of the bridge for the mobs not to spawn. So I feel like as a general idea for a nice stone bridge, it's a pretty good build right now. So for the first area, which is the smallest and the one that I decided that I want the bell to be in, so the villagers will go from all the way down there, come around on top of the bridge and come over to the bell. I am hoping that the distance is small enough for them to track the bell from all the way down there, which I believe it is. If not, then I'm just gonna have to figure out a different way to make this work, because I do want them to travel back and forth because it makes it a bit more animated this way. So for the area, I decided to just build a bit of a small kind of, not necessarily well, but some kind of small station thing. I'm not really sure how I wanted to even call it, but it's basically gonna be holding the bell, and that's where all the villagers are gonna gather. And without fully knowing how to call this, this is what I came up with. Let's call it the Zen garden. So I added some bamboo, some flowers, some grass over here. I don't know exactly what this is, but I just felt like it fits in here. They can get closer to the bell, so hopefully that's gonna help them track from all the way down there. The whole area is enclosed, fully lit up. Added some lights here just in case. There's some mobs spawning around, but I'm not too concerned. I'm kind of happy how it turned out then. I really hope that the villagers will be able to track the bell all the way up here, and it's not just going to be a decorative thing, even though technically it doesn't really serve a purpose and it's more like decoration, but I do want it functional just for the villagers to actually walk around. And with the aesthetic building out of the way, I think it's time to build something that's actually going to be used pretty often by the villagers. And I know you've seen this on the short time lapse, but this is how it looks like from down below. I added a small flag there just to make it look a bit more nicer and have a bit of color because everything is like really gray. Then I used the same kind of thing with the tuff and the stone bricks to give that feeling of a bit of a shade. I added 4 stone cutters here, so this is going to be part of the working area that they're going to be using. I added the kind of cauldron of water. Let's say I didn't want to use actual cauldrons because I don't want them to claim any other jobs by mistake or anything like that. We all know that villagers are kind of weird like that. Then I made a bit of a staircase here. They can kind of walk around. We might see them going up and down here. Maybe I can actually put one of those stone cutters up here. Maybe that would be an interesting idea, but I think they would be able to climb over, so that's probably not a good idea. Yeah, maybe we don't put that there. I don't want them to jump over and fall off and then die for absolutely no reason because they push each other off. So yeah, this is kind of the first building, and I really like how it looks like. It's kind of small, but it fits the vibe of the area. So all I have to do is kind of add a few finishing touches around here. Maybe I'm gonna add some kind of boulders around here that they're using to cut with the stone cutters. Add maybe a bit of a storage thing where they keep the stone, the refined stone. Maybe I'm gonna add that over here. I can use some trapdoors and add some stone inside. I think that's gonna be really interesting to have. And then maybe I'm gonna add some kind of greenery around here. I'm not sure about that yet. And maybe over here I'm gonna add a mine kind of thing. This is where they would come to mine the stone and, you know, get all the resources that they need to do their stone cutting. I feel like it would be a nice addition because right now this area is kind of bland and empty, and this is what I kind of had in mind. I added this small kind of trench here, so this is where they're getting the stone. Kind of walk around here. They didn't really bother to add any stone, they just like walk through the dirt. They put up the stone over here that they're digging from there. See, some of them actually chipped away at the whole pile, and then the whole processed stone comes from here, gets put into this pile over here, and then it's probably getting shipped somewhere at the next village where they can use it a bit better. I still want to get some kind of mini blocks and then add a few more over here, a few more on that. Definitely want to add a few more around this hole just because at the moment it looks kind of bland and straight, but with using a few mini blocks I think I can make it look like someone is actually digging rather than just having like a plain straight hole over here. And yeah, I want to add a few more small details around here. I'm not too sure yet, so I'm gonna have to play with it a bit more. The more I kind of play into the world, the more ideas I kind of come up with. So nothing needs to be fully finished. I can always come back and finish it up. But if you guys do have any ideas or anything that I could add through the village, just let me know down in the comments and I will definitely have a look. I also added a bit of texture over here on the stairs. I didn't add much. Maybe I can add a bit of cobblestone over here just to kind of make it look a bit more interesting. but I didn't want to add too much because I didn't want it to be too noisy. The more they use it, the more the stone cracks, so you can actually see it that the stone is being used and it's not just there for show, right? And now with the upstairs area being relatively complete and ready to receive some villagers, I think it's time to start building the big building over here, right? Because this is going to be the main area where the villagers are going to hang out and work, according to the lore anyway. So I'm going to have to design this. It's probably going to be somewhere from there, somewhere like up to here. It's going to be something similar to that, probably like a small kind of house and then a side where the working area is. I'm thinking kind of something like that. I haven't designed anything in creative because I just want to learn how to build a bit more. So we'll see how this one turns out. While I'm going to be building this, I actually brought a villager over just to see if he would walk from all the way here to all the way up there where he needs to go. So we're gonna have to see if he's gonna be able to track the stonecutters first and probably the bell after. But the idea is that I want to see if he's gonna go from the bell all the way down here. So I think I'm going to remove those stonecutters from there for the time being to see if he can see all the way up there. And now that I'm actually thinking about this, instead of having the stonecutters down below, I probably will line them up over there. And then this building is going to be their sleeping area. So like that, there's a bigger chance for them to track from all the way up there to the beds and then go back and then go over to the bell. So I think that's probably a better idea than having both of the buildings having stonecutters around. So I'm gonna go put down a bed over here and then put the stonecutters up there. And then we're gonna see if he's actually gonna walk around. Looks like he is indeed trying to go up the stairs, but he looks rather stuck here, so I'm not sure if he's actually tracking those. But we're gonna wait and see. Maybe the AI will kick in, go there, and then he's gonna go back and forth like I wanted him to. Oh, here we go. He's actually going upstairs. Maybe he's gonna get a job finally. Yeah, there we go. So now the next thing, the night is upon us. So let's wait to see if he's actually going to claim that bed. What are you trading over here? Clay and emeralds for bricks. All right, we're gonna see exactly what kind of trades we want on them. I'm mostly after the terracotta trades, to be honest, so until we get there, I don't think I care much about anything else. I've been watching him for a while, and it doesn't look like he wants to sleep in this bed. I wonder if he has a claim bed over at the other village. So I need to remove all those beds for him to claim this new one. So I'm gonna go try that because it's nighttime and then come back to see if he is actually interested in this one. So I broke all the beds over to the other village. Nighttime is almost over and he's definitely still not interested in the bed and he keeps hanging around in this area. Don't really know what he's actually trying to go for. There's definitely nothing here. But anyway, I'm just gonna let him be. I'll probably bring one more, add a few more beds, let them breed around here. I think I want to have like maybe 10, 15 around this village. So they're gonna slowly breed by themselves. I'm not gonna bother them. I think I'm probably gonna have to go get some food. But other than that, it should be easy enough. So maybe once there are a few more, maybe they're gonna start claiming beds. I'm really not sure what they changed on the bed mechanics. There's a lot of things that I don't know about villagers, and this is definitely one of them. And we have victory, it finally happened. And one of them actually went over to the bell. I lowered it just slightly because I don't know if it needs to be on their like eye level kind of thing. But yes, they both went to sleep and one of them actually went over to the bell. So I think it's looking pretty promising. I added 3 beds over here. Then I gave them, I think about 4 or 5 stacks of potatoes. So I think that should be plenty to get this village going. Also, look at their noses. They're snoring. I just slept the night away and it looks like we're having some hearts. And yes, we have the first baby villager. So all I have to do now is increase the number of beds and we should have all the villagers that we need. Are there any trades? I think the next trade is like stone or something like that. So like I said, I don't care as much until we hit the terracotta. And maybe it would be nice to get the granite and the andesite as well. So we'll see how I want to treat these villagers over here depending on what kind of trades they have. And with that, the house is finally complete. It took me about 2 streams and a couple of days to actually get this done properly, and I feel like I'm actually finally happy with how it turned out. Look what I did here. So I have all these villagers. Instead of going on the staircase that I made for them, they decided that no, they want to instead gather over here and try to go up this mountain. So I made them a path, thinking that, you know, maybe it's gonna look nice, but I didn't really like it. So then I made this all too tall so they can't actually climb over it. And now they're still gathering here. So I guess this is kind of that desire path that we keep hearing about. So I guess I'm just gonna have to let it happen. And look, they even lost their professions because they literally don't want to walk on the staircase that I made for them. And they decide to just walk through here. And then again, hold on, maybe if instead of having this, I block it, maybe they're gonna start walking where I want them to. I don't know, I'm gonna keep an eye on it anyway. So yeah, let's get back to the house, right? So I added a good few details over here, I feel like. I didn't feel like the stone alone just works. So I added some stone bricks in between to add a bit of texture. I feel like that really changed how the house looks like. Then I added the tough bricks and the polished stuff, I think this is. Yes. To the corners, then some trapdoors and some signs to kind of give it a bit more structure. Around the windows, I added some trapdoors just so it looks like some of them are open, some of them are closed. Then I added some windows. They're all kind of different windows. This one is like this. I added a bush here, well, a tree. Then this one is like that actually reaches on the floor. I added a flower. These three are all the exact same kind of design, nothing too special. Then up here again, I have all these trapdoors. And then this one is kind of the one that's a bit more complex, and I added some berry bushes just to add a bit of color. There's a lot of cats that I keep hearing around here, which is in a way good because it scares off the creepers. Then inside, I made kind of a tough pattern for the floor, which I kind of like, to be honest. It looks kind of nice. I don't know what's about it, but I really do. Then I added this tough staircase, and then up here I just used some polished stuff and some smooth stone slabs to kind of give it a bit of variation on the floor. And then I added all the beds. I added these beds and these beds under the staircase. I think there's about 15 in total, if I'm not mistaken. And then the roof, I decided to make it a bit more interesting rather than just the basic shape that I always do. So I added a bit of texture over here. Maybe I need to add a bit more because the stone is kind of overpowering. But I added this spruce kind of trim. Then I added this fence posts over here. This kind of sticks out a bit. Added the trapdoor over here just so the mobs can spawn. And that's about it. I really like this railing that's made out of the fence gates. It really kind of adds a bit to the building. I feel like it's really nice. It's one of my nicest builds, and I'm actually really glad that I didn't copy it from anywhere online. I just kind of designed it myself. It was basically a cube to start with. I added the roof, I took it down, I didn't like it, and then I made this one. So if you guys want to see like a bit more of how I designed this whole thing and what else I built around here, you can just have a look over on my channel. All the VODs are over on the YouTube channel. I stream here, I stream on Twitch. So if you guys want to catch any live streams, follow me there. Subscribe over on YouTube, you're gonna find me in both places. And yeah, for the path, I kind of stuck to the same kind of theme with the stone. I added a few droppers over here. It kind of adds a bit more detail onto it, and it makes it look a bit nicer, right? Like, I don't know why, but I just really like the way it looks like. So then you go up the stairs. I added all the stone cutters over here. I added a few mini blocks over here. I feel like the mini blocks really make this pop. And then I added a few over here, like they're taking them out of the mine. See, they're still digging those stones out of there. And then they're putting them up here, transporting them here. They don't really have a path. They just like kind of walk through the grass. Well, through the mud, dirt, whatever you want to call this, even though it's grass blocks. Then it gets put here. I added 2 stone cutters. They kind of, you know, take it off from here, use the stone cutter, move it along, put it here where it's like all nice and prepared. And then, yeah, that's pretty much around here. I think all this I've already shown. And then over the bridge you can see that all of them are actually gathering over here at the bell, which is really nice to see. So the idea of the whole village being alive the way I wanted it to, it's actually working. Obviously I'm gonna have to add a few more bits around here because it looks really bare and there's nothing else happening except the house down there. So I'm probably going to make some trees, maybe try to search online what kind of things stonecutters have around their like workshops and stuff. So maybe I'll make something like that there. Maybe I'll make some kind of wood pile because they do use wood, if you really think about it, to make like handles for their tools and all these kind of things. I feel like that would be a really nice addition. And then I want to add a few bits here. Maybe I'll add like a trim around the path just so it doesn't look like it's so bare over here. It looks kind of bland that it just blends in with the surroundings. There's no like depth or anything like that. Oh, it looks like the horde. The horde is going. Look at them. Look at them all in a nice single line going back to their house. Are they gonna use the path? Looks like they are. Anyone left over there? There's one guy that just stays there for absolutely no reason. But it does look like all of them are using the staircase down. So maybe the fact that I closed this off, that I closed the gate, they don't see this as a pathfinding thing anymore. So maybe they're gonna be taking the stairs up the next day. So some of them, I don't know, the AI is really weird, so they still kind of stick around. And I really don't know what the problem is with this guy. Let's try and see if I can make him come over here. I wonder if there's like too many villagers at the house or something. And then he thinks that he doesn't have space in the beds. Oh yes. Hard life being a villager, right? Come on. Okay, he doesn't want to. I'm not gonna bother too much. If he doesn't want to go, he doesn't want to go, so he's just gonna get stuck over here. Maybe he's gonna start moving at one point because all of the other ones kind of took a while for them to move. So let's go sleep now and see if they're gonna use the stairs to go back up. Okay, everyone is awake. Everyone is going out from the house. They do really like to climb around the hills that are around here, and sometimes they just run away from a zombie and then they just spawn a random iron golem, which is not a bad thing. At least they're getting protected in case anything happens. But from hanging around for a good while around here, it doesn't look like any of the mobs can get in, and it doesn't look like any of the villagers can get out, which is a really, really good thing. So now they're kind of talking, so any second, I think when the sun kind of gets around there, they're gonna start walking towards the top. So hopefully that's still the case. And here we go, we are moving. It looks like they are going somewhere, but by the looks of it, they're still gathering over here. Some of them are taking the stairs, which is a really good thing, but some of them still decide that this is just better. Why don't you just want to go up there through the staircase that I specifically made for you? And they're just sighing at me. But I guess they're just breathing. What if I would make this retail? Would they still think it's possible? Yeah, so it looks like they lost their profession again. So I think that unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to allow this. And I think I'm just gonna do exactly what I didn't want to do, unfortunately. And just let them kind of walk around where they want. So you saw that some of them actually do go on the stairs, but some of them just refuse to. So I think I'm just gonna do exactly what I did. So obviously now they're gonna climb up here. So I'm gonna open the gate for them. They should be going up then, if the llama would actually not be in their way. And then I'm gonna do the exact thing that I did earlier. This is kind of the path that they made just because they didn't want to use the staircase. These are kind of the lazy villagers, let's call them, that they're, instead of going through here, you know, you go through here. You know how you go into parks and there's like a 90-degree turn like this one is, and then they just decide, oh no, I'm just gonna go here through the mud instead of taking the stairs. So I guess this is kind of what the villagers kind of do around here. So good thing that they added their own gate over here, obviously. But yeah, all of them seem to kind of gotten their professions back. So I'm gonna have to trade with them, because right now I didn't trade with any of them. So maybe once I trade with them, they're gonna try to like restock, because right now I don't know how it works, because if they're not locked in, maybe they just think that they can do something else. So maybe once I actually lock them in, then I can close the gate, raise that again, and see if they're actually going to take the stairs. So I'm gonna need to gather a good few emeralds. Maybe I'm gonna go mine some clay balls just to kind of make it a bit quicker, and then we'll see how that goes. So I think I'm fairly happy with how this episode turned out so far. I think we got a good bit done over here. I'm gonna work to finish up the village in between episodes. Yes, you've seen that right. I'm finally building a bridge. I started building this over on a live stream, so if you want to see that, just head over to my channel and watch the VOD over there. I started doing a full stone design, but I actually changed my mind and decided that rather than just going with stone, I can probably use the terracotta from the villagers to make it look much better. And I decided that I wanted to make it a suspension bridge. So I'm definitely going to need a lot of blocks for this because I want to make some really tall pillars, and then from the pillars are going to be the chains that are holding this bridge together. So I think I'm gonna have to use the whole mason village to get all these blocks, specifically the terracotta blocks. Maybe I'm gonna be using some of the other blocks that they're actually trading, but I'm gonna have to see how well I can incorporate them into the build. Unfortunately, to be able to trade for all those blocks, I will need a lot of emeralds, which I currently don't have, because all my farms are not actually producing enough to get all the emeralds that I need. I thought originally that they're gonna be enough. They are kinda enough to get me a good supply of golden carrots. Unfortunately, to trade all the blocks that I would need for this project is not gonna be enough, so I'm gonna have to build a raid farm. And considering the amount of emeralds I'm gonna need to build this, and considering I'm gonna be building a lot more villages, which are also going to require emeralds for trading, I think I decided to actually build a raid farm that's really good rather than trying to design one my own, because I don't know enough about the raid mechanics, and I think going with one that's really good where I don't have to AFK for too long, or maybe not AFK at all, I think it's gonna be the best solution and the best idea for this time being. Unfortunately, there's no really other easier way to get emeralds, and the raid farm is probably one of the fastest ways, because I definitely don't want to be trading with the villagers like 24/7 to gather all the emeralds that I need. So the first thing to actually start the raid farm, I'm gonna have to prepare an area where an outpost is to actually get all the bottles that we need for this. That's gonna be rather easy, and I'll be able to do that myself because that one is rather easy. I've done it before. It doesn't have to be anything special. The raid captains are gonna be spawning. I'm gonna kill them and that's it. Like, there's nothing too special about that. So in order to do that, I'm gonna have to gather some resources first. And since I have all these chiseled stone bricks, why not take them with us? We might even take these bricks because why not? I can definitely make some walls and stuff out of them, add some color onto the build. I checked the map where the closest outpost is, and it's actually pretty far away and it's really close to spawn. So I think that's another good reason to soon start working on the spawn and on the transport network that I'm going to be building in the Nether, because I definitely want to build some tunnels over there and not have to travel by elytra absolutely everywhere. The outpost is about 2,000 blocks away, so I kind of want to make sure that I gather everything that I need for the project and not have to fly back and forth. So I'm going to be doing a bit of resource gathering, organizing some things, and then we'll be on our way. And considering I'm actually recording this just before a stream, I might actually do this on stream. And just as I said, one stream later, we got a lot of torch spam, an iron golem in the middle, an outpost that's been kind of chopped off, and I'm actually running out of food. I completely forgot to bring extra food, even though these guys don't really do that much damage. Getting hit by their arrows constantly definitely used up all my golden carrots, so I'll have to fly back to base and actually get this sorted. Then I can probably continue with finishing up the farm. I'm gonna spare you the details and I'm gonna jump right at the end of this being finished and I'm gonna show you how it works. And as promised, the farm is fully done. As you can see, all of them are pretty much dying in the killing chambers like they're supposed to. There's some of them actually that kind of hang around there, but they do despawn at one point. So I'm kind of thinking to add a few more torches around. That's kind of one of the fixes that I came up with, because there were a lot more being stopped like that one. So I added a couple of torches around so they won't spawn on the edge, because I didn't want to add slabs, but it was so much time consuming. I decided the torches are easier to do. And then let's sleep and I'll show you a few more tweaks that I made to the farm. Just kind of a disclaimer, the farm is actually a design by Hermitcraft. I just kind of modified it to fit my needs. So if you guys want like a full tutorial on that, you can just head over to his video and check it out, or you can just hang around and you're gonna see my explanation of what I did. So to walk you through how this thing works, I pretty much made a perimeter that encloses the outpost spawn area. I spawn proof anything in a square of the radius that they spawn in. I use mini HUD and then I check the wiki just to make sure that I got the spawn area right. Then over here, this is more or less the same design as Shulkercraft's. There's a hole with some campfires. I do need to get some soul campfires because they will die faster like that. Then there's a golem over here that basically attracts them. And actually one of the tweaks that I've done, because some of them weren't actually running towards the golem, I added 4 golems up top there. So with those 4 golems, they actually start tracking those golems at the top first. They run towards this area. They lose line of sight, they track this one and they fall straight into the hole. So it's kind of working as it's intended. So I feel like that's a pretty easy fix to do, because I feel like if you get to the point of making this farm, you probably have enough iron to make some extra iron golems, right? And then let's go down here and see how many bottles we actually got. Oh, that's a lot actually. So I want to get them all out. Let's get them all out and see exactly how many we got. It's pretty loud with these guys dying, not gonna lie. So this was about 10 minutes or so of AFKing. So let's see. Let's sort them out in the order that they should be. So it's pretty much a more or less equal amount of the bottles dropping, which is actually really nice to see. And obviously we get some extra banners and all that, but those are going to be useless. I do want to make some kind of system where I'll be able to just gather everything in one spot, so I don't have to like go and grab all of them from like random chests and all that, because if I'm going to be staying here for a while, it's going to be not necessarily a pain, but it's going to take so much longer to do it. So I'd rather just automate it a bit more, make a central collection system, and then everything is going to be much easier than it is right now. And also in the tutorial, it said that you should kind of flatten a bigger area. Honestly, I felt like that was too much work to do currently. I just wanted to have it functional. I'll probably modify it a bit more later on. I'm gonna make this circle a bit nicer, maybe make it a bit smaller so nothing gets stuck around it, flatten this area. I do have kind of an idea of a building that I want to build around this to make it a bit more interesting and not just a plain flat tower. So what I did instead, I just slabbed this square where they're supposed to be spawning. I kind of slabbed some of the tall areas so I don't have to take down the mountain. And then everything else I kind of just torched around, and everything is within the distance where they're gonna despawn if anything spawns around here. And then the pillagers can only spawn inside this circle. So yeah, that's pretty much the farm complete. We got a decent amount of bottles, so I can probably go and find a location where I want to build this raid farm. So hopefully it's not going to take me that long to actually get this done, because raid farms tend to be pretty complicated if you want them to be really, really powerful. Also, for anyone wondering why you can see so far out into the distance, I'm actually using a mod called Distant Horizons. You will notice that the area, it's not 100% rendered in. That's the magic of this mod. It kind of assumes what kind of blocks they are, because I've already loaded those areas, right? So it kind of knows that that's ice and with snow on top. So it makes it look a bit much nicer than just the regular terrain that kind of stops around there. If we have a look from all the way up here, you can kind of see that that's where my base is. It's really weird how it's rendered in, but you can see that that's a tower and it kind of looks like my mob farm, which is really cool to see. And then there's a lot of terrain that I haven't explored there, so you can see it's kind of grayed out. But it basically knows how the world more or less looks like, and it adds a few more details onto it, which makes it look much nicer, especially once we start building this whole area much more. It's gonna look really nice with the blocks that I actually placed and not just with the world generation. And also makes it easier to go back to where I need to go. And also, I think spawn should be somewhere around there, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really know exactly where it is, but it's somewhere around this general direction where the forest is. because I think when I actually found the base, I think I kind of went from here and I went across this ocean all the way there. So it's actually nice to see it now, like 2 years later, where I kind of started from, or where I ended up in. Even though it is a bit embarrassing that I still don't have a connection between spawn and the base. So I'm definitely gonna have to work on that one fairly soon. But let's fly away now and actually find a spot for this raid farm. And this raid farm is actually gonna be a design that I discovered myself. I kind of tried to find a decent design out there, but all of them were like so much more complicated than I can afford to do right now with the resources that I have. So I think I'm gonna be making my own raid farm. I kind of played with a few designs over in creative, and this one seems to be working fine. I haven't died yet. It's producing fairly decent rates from what I tested so far. It's definitely not the best, but it could be worse. There is an ocean monument somewhere around there. So I'm kind of considering to stay rather in range, just so whenever I make that and it's going to be an AFK version of it, I can actually get some drops from that while I'm operating the raid farm, even though I might design another raid farm once I gather enough resources. So I did download a copy of the world just to kind of see what's the best spot to place this in. And right about here seems to be the proper spot. I know it was near some ruins, which are right behind me there where you see that magma block. That seems to be fairly in the middle of this whole land that you can see around me. So there's no issues of the raid spawning outside of this area. I do have to run back to base to gather a few resources. I need a good bit of glass. I need some mud, some fences, and a few other things. It's a really minimal resource farm that I kind of came up with. So maybe I'll make a tutorial for it. Who knows? Maybe it's gonna help someone else out there that really wants a simple and easy farm with low resources. But yeah, let me go back to base and I will be right back. So the first thing that I'm gonna need is a lot of glass. I don't think 2 stacks is gonna be enough, so I'm gonna wait for him to restock at least once to make sure that I have plenty of glass, because there's a need of a lot of unspawnable blocks, so glass is a really good one to have. Next, I'm gonna need some mud, and the easiest way I found is to just go underwater and just spam the bottle on the dirt that's on the bottom of the water and then just mine this. Seems to be working pretty well. I don't need a lot of mud, so this should be plenty. I'll explain you later what the mud is for. Next is going to be some hoppers and some chests. I don't know how many I need. I can probably make a few more. I do have the resources for that. I need a bucket of lava. That's what's going to be killing the ravagers. I do have a bucket of water on me. Some signs that are gonna hold the water and the lava. And a good few fences that are gonna stop the mobs from spilling over from the spawning platform. I almost forgot that I also need a bed and some kind of work table for the villagers. And the last thing we need is actually really close to the farm spot, and it's some of that. And by that I obviously mean ice. And don't be like me and try to use packed ice or blue ice, because in my first design I used normal ice and it melted from the lava. So I'm gonna start with placing some glass just to make myself a platform where I can be safe. I think I'm gonna make it like a 4x4 or something like that. I don't think for the moment I need much more than that. I'm going to get rid of this grass pillar that I made earlier. I'm gonna use the bed that the villagers gonna use just to sleep and get rid of all the mobs. And speaking of villagers, I will need a lead, and I will also need a boat to transport them over here. And I'm actually really lucky because the starter area is about there and we can see a really tiny small house over the villages. So it shouldn't be that complicated to get a villager over here. The problem is, I don't know if there's any villagers around. I heard a door, so there's definitely some. I do hope it's not gonna be a green coat. Oh, it's these guys that I actually blocked in there. So past me was actually smart. Oh, I remember this area. It's basically the area where I found my first piece of armor. So let's see, what do we have in here? There is one guy in here, and how many do we have in the other house? I just saw one of them on one of the houses. Don't remember where I saw him though. Where did he go? Ah, there he is on top of the house. Let's try to grab him from over there, and then it should make it really easy actually to transport him. Will I be able to place the boat though? It doesn't look like it, so I will have to kind of assist him and place 2 blocks over here. He's gonna get straight in the boat. So you lead the boat, and I found out that you need to fly straight up for this to work. I almost died by doing that, and clearly that is not the way to do it. So let's try again. Let's eat to regen first. So I guess I'm gonna have to try the pillar way. So I'm gonna go over, grab all the scaffolding, because that's gonna be the easiest way, and then I'm just gonna glide off over where I need to go. All right, scaffolding is in place. Lead on the boat has been set. Let's go up and see if this actually works. I did learn that I need to put a couple of scaffolding like this just to kind of get him off that area, because if I'm gonna try to fly with him like this, I think he's gonna get stuck in there. So there we go. We can see the platform that we need to land on. So let's see if I can stick this landing. Go into F5, make sure that the lead is still with us. Yes, that is a very good thing. So now I just need to hope that I'll be able to drop this villager where he needs to go. So we're gonna do a few maneuvers over here, left, right, as you do, to kind of slow down our descent. And then I think I'm just gonna do that. And he actually got the job straight away, which is actually a really good thing if you think about it, because what I'll be able to do now, if I do F3G, or rather F3B, I'll be able to break the boat and he should run straight to his workstation, or I would have assumed he would. Okay. Well, I guess he will go to bed because nighttime is really close. I don't know why he didn't just want to go in there, but whatever. He's gonna have to go now that nighttime is coming. So let's get the glass ready basically for when he actually jumps into there. Here we go. And then we're gonna cover him up, and this is going to be his area, and that's where he's gonna be triggering a raid from. For storage, it's not gonna be anything too interesting. There's no sorting system or anything. It's just one of these like trickling down 4 chests with hoppers underneath, so everything is just gonna go through at the speed of the hoppers. There's not that many items, so this should be fine. Whenever I'm gonna be building the proper raid farm with the stacking thing and all that, then I'm gonna design a proper storage system, but for the time being, for this one, everything is going to be fine. I'm gonna be using these chiseled stone blocks because I have plenty by trading with the villagers, and I basically need to go up 26 blocks. So the upstairs area is completely done. All of them are gonna be spawning over on this mud. And it needs to be mud for whatever reason. Maybe because this is not a full block like all the other ones. Because if I use the normal block, they would just get stuck on this platform. But with the mud, they immediately run to this hole and just fall down. So these platforms are basically a 6x4 covered by fences, some glass over here. I forgot one block here. There's a lava that's basically going to kill all the ravagers with a glass block on top, so they actually get stuck in there. And then the water stream that basically pushes them there. And I added these 2 trapdoors just so they think they can actually walk that way. And it kind of slightly helps with all the mobs going down. And the farm is pretty much done. I just added myself a small staircase over here. I added the slab on top of the hopper so items don't get stuck inside. And all that's left now is to actually drink a bottle and see if the farm properly works. One thing, don't forget to remove all the temporary blocks that you added so there's no spawnable blocks around here. If you do want any kind of decoration, make sure that you put slabs on top of anything like that to stop the mobs from spawning. And with that, let's grab one of these shulker boxes that I have over here. I think I'm gonna be going straight with Bad Omen 5. Why not? What better way to test it? Let's drink this. The Omen will start. I will put my sword over here and I will go into camera mode just to make sure that everything spawns properly. I can still control the sword from over here. The raid bar just started, so we should be seeing some mobs spawning fairly soon once the raid bar gets to the end. And all of them should be spawning on this platform and they should immediately jump into the hole. And that did not happen. So I really wonder now if it has anything to do with orientation. It might be something like that. I don't know because I have not tested that. So I will have to double check this and see exactly what's happening. So it looks like I managed to fix the farm. I don't necessarily know if it was my fix or just something random with the game. But if you're just gonna wait now, see, all of them are gonna be running over, and then they're all gonna fall straight down into the hole and into the killing area. I did make some modifications over here, and I added this mud block because they kept jumping on the slab. So I need to modify this kind of platform where I'm killing them from. Some of them are jumping, however, so they are gonna be dying. I am considering to maybe raise it even a bit higher. But other than that, it seems to be working properly now. And what I did is basically I just raised the villager. He's not over there anymore, he's up here, so I think they just had to be a bit closer to him. I'm gonna be dropping everything in this chest that I'm currently getting. And I think I'm just gonna fill my inventory with something just so I don't get any of the drops. But yeah, as you might have noticed, some of them are actually dying once they hit the ground. Oh, hero of the village, very nice. So yeah, some of them were dying before they hit the ground, which is a bit unfortunate, to be honest. So let's see, if I take all these emeralds, so I got 46. In my testing world, I actually managed to get a stack and a half. So I do believe that this is due to the drop distance. So maybe if I raise that by 1 block, I can just add an extra hopper over here. Maybe that should stop them from dying, and then that should give me more drops. And I also completely forgot that I'm going to be getting totems out of this. And it's nice to see that I'm getting a bit of redstone as well. So by just building a really easy farm like this one, I'll be able to get a few more items that I need to build even bigger farms after this. So I'm gonna have to test, see how many items I can actually get from a few raids, see if the emeralds are actually worth it, or if I just want to make this real quick, get a couple of redstone stacks and stuff to be able to build a really powerful farm that I found online. And testing and modifying is exactly what I did. I think I did about 12 or 13 raids, and basically there's a lot of totems, 100%, like you can see here. I'm pretty packed with them. I can probably just take one, put it in my offhand, and then for the rest of the items I just added them all over here. So a stack and a quarter of emeralds and redstone, a good bit of gunpowder, some glowstone dust, some sticks, sugar, and spider eyes. So the farm, it's not too bad, I suppose, but it's definitely not at the scale that I was expecting it to be. So I feel like once we actually get a good few resources and I finish building that bridge, I'm definitely going to have to make a more powerful raid farm. To show you the changes that I kind of did, because I've been changing it a lot to make sure that it works properly, I basically turned this trapdoor around so it's on this side, so they just think they can just walk off. I destroyed these 2 blocks over here, and then I added a trapdoor over there. So basically they think that this is a way they can walk out of, and then they think they can walk off this trapdoor and they just fall down. And as you can see there, without the water, the farm actually works much better. I don't necessarily know what the reason is, but it basically makes absolutely every mob just rush into the hole, while with the water there, they were kind of opposing the current. So see, they spawn, they immediately run into the hole there. And if we wait a bit for the next bigger raid, like whenever there's a Ravager in here, they do tend to kind of hang around because the Ravager is so big and it can't fit in there and it blocks the other mobs. But other than that, they still immediately rush into there. So see, they all rushed through. In this case, we actually got lucky and the Ravager got stuck behind. But in the end, he will get stuck into the lava. He kind of tries to run around, but it will die in the end and all the saddles are just gonna despawn over here. So yeah, if you want to have a look, this is pretty much what it looks like. I added 2 buttons here. This is pretty much stopping them from spawning on this edge, because I had some Ravagers actually popping over the fence for some reason. By having these 2 buttons over here, it kind of stops them and they spawn around this area instead, which actually makes it work a bit better. So let's see if we can get another one with the Ravager, maybe even 2 of them. No, there was no Ravager this time around, but you'll see that straight away every single one of them is running straight into the hole. Some of them kind of try to turn around, but in the end they just decide. So it takes probably less than 2 seconds for all of them to fall down into the hole if there's no Ravager. Here we go, one more Ravager one, and I think this is the one where they're gonna slightly get stuck in here. I kind of kill them all the way down there at the bottom. I'm swinging my sword, but as you can see, the Ravager catches fire, and the second he gets out of the way, all of them just fall down. So yeah, it's a pretty simple farm. It works well. It's definitely not the fastest because you kind of have to wait around. It does take a lot of time for the raids to start, basically, because you have to drink the bottle, wait, it triggers the raid, the mob spawn, and so on. But honestly, if you really look for something quick, fast to get emeralds and a couple of extra resources, I think this is the farm to build. And even though the plan was to finish this bridge this episode, I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately, because I'm kind of running out of time for this episode and I really want to get it out for you guys. And in order to finish the bridge, there's still a good bit to do, such as trading with the villagers, placing the blocks, actually making sure that it looks decent. I don't want to just throw it together and that's it. I want to kind of work it out a bit more on how the bridge would look like, because I want to make it like a really nice suspension bridge. And also to align with my goal to actually post more frequently, posting this episode early would give me a bit more time to work on the next episode, which I can start pretty much right away. And like that, you guys are gonna see more episodes coming out from me. We're starting things off here at the Mason Village, because in the previous episode, we finally managed to build a raid farm and we got a good few emeralds so we can get all the terracotta that we need for the bridge. Oh, they're actually throwing me clay because I have Hero of the Village. I completely forgot about that part. So that's actually pretty nice to get some extra clay. I guess I can smelt the clay and get even more terracotta. And actually one thing that I am considering is, I know I want to keep these villages alive. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is going to necessarily be sustainable for me to trade with the villagers in this kind of state. They don't tend to go back to their beds as often. They kind of hang around the bell. It makes it hard to keep track of which villager I traded with. So I'm kind of considering to still have this village animated, but also maybe underneath the village make some kind of villager trading hall for each specific village. So for this one, I'm only gonna have the masons underneath, only the farmers. So still stick to the theme of the village and only have those said villagers in it, but have a nice trading hall where I can just go trade with them in a very nice line, and I can go straight back to the start and I know exactly which one are restocking and which ones aren't. And I can also make a very tiny storage system next to the villagers so I can store all the drops that I trade with them right near them. The issue that I have right now is that ideally I would need some regular terracotta or some white terracotta, something that actually works to build this bridge. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like any of these villagers have that. They only have like a black terracotta, polished andesite. So this is another kind of thing where it makes it really difficult to see what I have with the villagers. See, this one, for example, has the cyan terracotta, which is definitely going to come in handy, but then he's the only one that has that trade. So for me to actually get all the blocks to build that whole bridge is gonna be a bit of a pain. So I'm really considering to only leave like 4 or 5 villagers in the village itself and then make some kind of trading hall either under the house or make some kind of different entrance around here. But that's probably gonna be a different project. This episode, I really want to focus on the bridge. And also, to make it even worse, I can only get 12 terracotta at a time, which is gonna take me way too long to actually get this properly done. Would I be able to use some quartz? I guess quartz is the same, it's only gonna be 12, and I don't think that the polished one would actually be a good idea because it has the really rough texture and I don't feel like it feels bridge-like. Alright, so it's been about 20 minutes and this is what I managed to get from the villagers. So it's pretty much safe to say that building this bridge out of terracotta, it's not going to be an option, but it could be something that I can do with andesite, and maybe I can mix in some stone in the bridge and kind of go with the theme that's currently here until I actually manage to do the whole trading hall properly to get the items in a big amount, not like 2-3 stacks in an hour. And before you say anything is like, oh, why don't you go and find the mesa and mine the terracotta? The whole point of the world is to try to farm as much as I can instead of mining. And even though trading with the villagers, it's not necessarily farming, it's still a type of farming because I do need to make a farm for the emeralds. And once I have the actual trading hall complete, it should be much faster faster to actually get all the blocks that I need. Right, so the first thing that I'm gonna build is going to be the support of the two main legs of the bridge, I suppose. So I build a structure that goes onto the bottom of the ocean out of granite, because I feel like that would feel better to see it underwater. And then I'm gonna take this polished tuff, and that's going to be the pillar that goes all the way up to the bridge. So this is basically what's going to be supporting it. So I'm gonna make a hole straight through here. And then this is actually going to go much higher than the bridge. So I'm gonna have to decide on the distance that's going to be there. So I can pretty much do the exact same thing over here, because it's going to be the same deal. It's going to be two pillars over here that I'm probably going to connect underneath with some kind of, I don't know, X pattern or something. Then there's going to be another two of these pillars on the other end of the bridge. And then I'm going to try to make the cables in between this towards the middle and then go back up onto the next set of pillars. And this is how the two pillars currently look like. I try to actually make it an even distance from the middle, so whenever I'm going to make the suspension chains, it's going to look nice and centered like a bridge is supposed to be looking like. What is going on here? How did you spawn on this platform where I'm over here? What are you selling? Blue orchids. Absolutely nothing useful, as always. So to go back to this, that's how the pillars look like. I added some supports. Instead of doing like a cross pattern, I decided to just make some straight beams. And I'm kind of considering to maybe add some walls on the side of that to kind of make it look a bit more round, but I'm not 100% decided on that yet. I might try it just on one side just to kind of see how it looks like, which I did and immediately took down because it really doesn't look good, because there's no actual polished andesite walls, there's only regular ones, so it kind of looks off. If you do have any idea what else I could put there to make it look a bit better, do let me know down in the comments. And with that out of the way and not focusing on things that are not important, I actually added the chains that are technically supporting the bridge over to land, and I feel like it looks really good right now. And once I'm going to be adding the chain that goes something like this and meets in the middle with the other one from over on that side, I feel like the bridge is going to look almost complete. So there's going to be just a few small details to do. I'm still kind of thinking if I want to do actual chains or if I want to use fence posts. I'm gonna have to see which one looks a bit better. And then obviously, because everything is made out of full blocks, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to actually stop mobs from spawning. I was considering to either add some lanterns, but I think an actual lantern would look pretty bad, so I would probably need some kind of sea lantern or maybe even frog lights. Or maybe I will just add some carpets on top, which I don't have, so maybe I'll have to make a sheep farm to get me some wool. But yeah, what do you guys think so far? I feel like it looks really nice, and it actually is a pretty good proportion for the bridge. I thought originally that it might be too small with the gap that we have over here, but I think it's pretty much the right size for what I'm actually aiming for right now. Obviously, the bigger the bridge, the more details you can actually add. So for just a bit of detail like I'm doing right now, I think the gap is actually pretty decent. And also I feel like it's actually getting me out of my comfort zone, because I usually don't build things like this. Oh, we're getting attacked. Can we get him? Oh, there's another one. How are spiders spawning over here? But like I was saying, I'm kind of stepping out of my comfort zone here, because I usually tend to build really small buildings to which I can't really add any detail. So I hope that now that I'm going to build this bridge and I'm going to be happy with how it's going to look like, which I'm already happy, I hope it's going to be much easier to start building even bigger things. Because at the end of the day, this is my own survival world, and it's my own personal mega base. And one stream later, and playing a bit more with the bridge, this is what I got so far. Let's land over here on this island so you can see exactly what's going on. I've seen some glow squid there, which is a good thing to know. So this is pretty much how the bridge is going to look like. What do you guys think? I feel like it looks really nice actually. So all I have to do now is to actually make the other side. And I think once I make the other side, it's gonna make it look even better. Because right now you can only see one single line here which is kind of plain. If you look to the sides, you can see both of those cords basically going into the ground. And here you can only see one, so it's kind of like a 1D, let's call it. So once I'm going to be putting down the second chain, is gonna definitely improve the looks of the bridge. I'm gonna have to remove those two pillars there. I only put those there just to kind of see the center of the bridge. And the one thing that I was actually struggling with, because these are still full blocks that I went with, mobs can spawn on them, and I was trying to come up with a better lighting idea. I tried to use lanterns at first, but I don't like the fact that they don't sit flat on the block. So if I do it this way, they attach to the chain, but then there's a small gap underneath, and even though you can barely see it, I know it's there, so I don't like the idea. If I try to put it this way, it doesn't connect to the chain, which again doesn't work as it's supposed to be working. And I don't really have any other light source. I don't have any sea lanterns, I don't have any frog lights. And it's not like it's really easy to get a bunch of them. So yeah, it's not easy to actually get the sea lanterns or anything like that. So the idea that I came up with, which is gonna be a bit unobtrusive because you won't be able to see it unless you're like looking really close. I want to put lichen on the outside of the blocks, which is basically going to be on those blocks there. So I'm gonna add that polished andesite all across where the chains are. That's gonna add a bit of depth to the bridge, which I feel like it kind of needs because it's kind of plain and bland right now. So by adding those, it's gonna make it pop. I'm gonna add the lichen on all of these blocks here, and then on top of all those blocks there. So by looking at the bridge from a distance, you're actually gonna see it a bit nicer because everything is going to be lit up as a contour of it. It was a big struggle to get this done on stream because I couldn't come up with a proper angle on this and it looked really bad. I managed to kind of figure it out at the end, but I still wasn't happy. So I just went into MiniHUD, I generated a circle that was big enough to touch both the pillars at the same time. And then I basically just followed the pattern of that. So now it's technically, I guess it's like a half of a circle, you could call it, I suppose. And I feel like that actually nailed it. I also tried to use other things here except chains, and unfortunately nothing really works the way I want it to. I tried to use fences, but the fences would connect to that block there, so that looks really bad. The best thing that I discovered, I kind of played in a creative world just to kind of see what's the best block to fit instead of chains, just because I don't have any blocks currently in the world. And what I came up with is actually the end rod. It's both a light source and it would look really good over the bridge. Unfortunately, I don't have any, and an end rod farm, it's not that easy to set up. I need chorus fruit, I need blaze rod, so there's a lot of preparation in that. So I believe I'm just gonna go with the lichen for the time being. I don't know if I want to change it later on. Probably not, because I did say that I want to leave the world looking like it was when I had made said build. Because if I'm going to come back and change it, I'm going to forget what kind of resources I had at the time, right? So when we're going to come back to this build, basically, let's say in a year's time, we're gonna see, oh, I didn't have this resource, I didn't have that. So I can look back and see if I actually built those farms that I needed for this bridge. So I'm definitely gonna be building a different bridge somewhere at some point that is gonna be similar to this. So I'm going to be able to add all those new blocks into it, and we can see how the world progresses. And as you can see behind me, I'm finally done. This took way longer than I thought, but fortunately, I actually had all the resources that I needed, so I didn't have to grind anymore. There were definitely a lot of chains that I had to use, but good thing that I had a full shulker box of iron blocks, so that came in handy, and I actually managed to finish the whole thing. Then I also added the andesite blocks, just like I said, to break up the textures, and I feel like the bridge looks really, really good even when you're on the bridge, which I guess that's how it needs to be because I'm gonna be using it. But let's try to fly over to our island over here and see how it looks like from afar. And I would say it looks really good. Now that I added the other side, you can see that it kind of adds kind of a double layer there, so it doesn't look as plain as it used to. I feel like the chain don't really have the full texture that I would want them to have, but unfortunately there's nothing else that works better at the moment. So I guess we're just gonna have to stick with that for the time being, and then we're gonna do something else on the next bridge. Now, to see if I have any lichen hidden around in any of my shulker boxes or my chests that I have around the place. And if not, then I'm gonna have to go find a cave and find some lichen to actually light up the bridge. I do have one more thing that I want to finish at the end of this bridge, just to kind of finish off the episode. But the lichen is the most important part right now. So even though I'm a hoarder, I didn't have any lichen. So basically I just made a very quick farm. It's just, you know, 2 observers and a dispenser here. I use the piston because it pulses faster if you use a piston than just placing it by hand. And then I'm pretty much sitting here without trying to hit the golem. And I'm just farming them away. Obviously, if you have a shears with efficiency or anything on it, it's gonna be much faster. If you add a few more dispensers, it's gonna be much faster. Look, I'm here for 30 seconds and I got over a stack and a half, so I think we're fine. And it looks like if I hit the middle block here, it actually harvests 3 at a time, which is actually pretty neat. And this is pretty much what 9 stacks of bone meal gets you. It's almost 9 stacks of lichen. I don't know how that happened, to be honest, because I would assume that 1 bone meal generates 1 lichen, but maybe something happened there where I didn't get all of them or something. But I hope it's gonna be enough to actually fill in the whole bridge. And I'm really excited to see how it looks like during the nighttime. And that's how it looks like from afar during night and lit up. You can see a small difference compared to the other side. So this is the one that's lit up, the other one isn't. So there is some kind of brightness going on. So I think it makes the bridge kind of stand out just slightly. And then on the bottom side, you can see that I did the lichen every other block. That actually takes care of the whole lighting on the bridge. I think the only places that I have yet to add anything are on those pillars over there, so I'm probably gonna have to add some lichen on each of those just to make sure that there's no mob spawning on top. And then I think that would be the whole bridge complete at this point. I don't know if I want to add anything else except removing those 2 pillars there. But if you guys have any suggestions or anything like that that I could improve the suspension bridge, just let me know down in the comments. There is only one thing left to do for this episode, and that is actually filling up this hole. And when I say filling it, I don't mean fully filling it. I know Ito would not approve of this, but I'm just gonna terraform over it and light up whatever it's underneath. If we manage to get 100 likes on this video, then I'll fill it all. And with that, the whole area has been fully leveled out. It looks pretty much like this. You guys already seen this on the time lapse, so you would know better how it looks because you've seen it from above. But I haven't really checked. I just tried to kind of look around here first, just to make sure that everything is level. There's no too big gaps to jump over, and it kind of matches the natural terrain, which I think I actually nailed. Maybe a bit of this side, it doesn't fully fit, but other than that, I think it actually looks like it's always been here. And if we go into camera mode and have a look around here, we can see that this is the hole underneath of it, and it's all full of torches. So there's no mob spawning in here. I killed the skeleton earlier. I forgot to place a torch here, but that's sorted now. So like I said earlier, if you guys want me to fill this whole thing, get me to 100 likes and I'll do it. If not, then I guess you're just gonna have to live with it. So yeah, now that we actually have a way to cross this water here, which I guess it's an ocean and a river, I don't know how you call that. And then this whole area has been flattened. I have a pretty nice canvas to start making the path over all the way to the end. And when I say the end, I obviously say the end portal, which is actually really close now that I think about it. Now that I built this bridge, which was a pretty big portion of the distance, the end portal should be just around here. Like I just need to go up here, past the burning zombie. And then I probably have to flatten out a bit more because there's some areas that don't really feel right. But if we go somewhere over here, if I'm not mistaken, it's just past these horses somewhere. There should be some torch spam, and then here we go. This is the drop that we have over to the end. So I am considering to make some kind of building over this just to kind of see it from afar, because just having a hole in the ground doesn't really feel good enough. I need to come up with a design. I don't know what kind of design is going to be, but it's going to have to be end themed just to kind of make it obvious that this is the end entrance. And yeah, you can see the bridge from all the way here. Obviously, because I have the distant horizons, it looks a bit more weird from a distance. But without the mod, we wouldn't actually even be able to see half of it. So I guess it's a good idea that I have the mod and I can see really far away. I messed around with some settings and I kind of made it look a bit better far in the distance, so you can see that the mountains look a bit nicer now, even though you can clearly see it's not actual terrain. And then you can see my mountain over there, the mob farm. Obviously there's small glitches here and there, but it still looks better than not being able to see at all and just kind of see fog all around me. And with the bridge now fully complete and with the area fully leveled at the end of the bridge, we are pretty much set up for the next episode to start building the path over to the end. And maybe, who knows, do the building for the end portal, but that all depends what kind of materials I'm going to need. So I might have to do some other different farms. We're gonna see how that goes, but definitely a farm will take priority because that would give me more materials for the next few episodes. As usual, I forgot to actually put the time lapse on and I don't have a video to show you guys, but we can go and have a look right now in camera mode what I did with this lake. If you do want to see how long it took me to do all this, you can go watch the stream that I did earlier on. But this is how it looks like right now, and I feel like just by removing the dirt and transforming it into mud, it looks so much better right now. So I'm really excited to get rid of the sand, replace it with something. It could either be deep slate or I might be doing a basalt farm. I don't know yet which one, but I feel like a basalt farm would actually be faster to get basalt from than trying to actually mine the deep slate. So I did kind of finish this part of the lake, but I do want to finish this area over here all the way up to the bridge over there. And with that complete, I feel like it looks really good. Compared to that area where there's a lot of sand, here where it's mostly just mud, it looks really good, so I can't actually wait to finish this now. And I think I decided that in the end I'm going to make that basalt generator. So I do think that I'm gonna have to go and grab some extra obsidian. I will have to make a portal really high up, probably up there to be honest, so I can get on top of the nether to make it a bit easier. I'm gonna have to go get some blue ice. I should already have at least a bucket of lava, I hope. If not, it shouldn't be too complicated to get one. And I think that's it. It does not look like I actually have any soul soil, so I'll have to go back into the nether. But I did find this lodestone, which was before the update where the lodestones were cheaper. Actually, I don't even know if it is cheaper right now or the update is still yet to come. But this is a legit lodestone that actually used ancient debris, or I should say netherite. So there you have it. So let's head off into the nether, grab that soul soil and get that basalt generator going. So I kind of failed with the portal and I didn't actually build it high enough, so I had to do the ladder trick to actually go through the bedrock. But I'm up here now. I also brought my beacon. So let's place the nether chest down. The nether chest? The ender chest. And then I need to get the iron out. And I'm gonna place the beacon here straight away. And then I'm just gonna do a small basalt generator. I think I'm gonna make like a triple thing with a minecart maybe, because I have the beacon, so it's gonna be incredibly fast. So I got the beacon set up. The whole basalt generator is done. I made it like a dual chamber kind of thing, and I added the doors here just because some of the basalt was actually dropping at my feet. So I extended this, put some carpet, so now everything is gonna get collected. And all I have to do is just sit here and slightly move the mouse like this. So it's really fast because lava does flow a bit faster in the nether, and the minecarts are picking up everything pretty fast actually. Just by doing this, let's check. This is in about 3-4 minutes worth, this full inventory, so is definitely really good. I do think that I'm probably gonna make like a more automated one with some kind of pistons, the TNT dropping from above or something, get a collection chamber so I don't have to like just sit here with the pickaxe for no reason. And what I need to do now is actually go back to the overworld and smelt this, because I don't feel like this would look nice enough in the water. I am going to test it first just so I don't smelt it and waste time for no reason. Always so nice to see the world loading from above. And actually I forgot, I can see the lake from over here, so that's gonna be really nice to see. And in the end I might actually just fill in the sand, and I think I'm going to just expand the basalt a bit over the mud. Not too much, but not to have the patches like they are right now either. So we'll see. I'm gonna fill up a couple of patches with basalt first, just to kind of see how it looks like, to see if you really notice it or not. If there is a big kind of difference in between them, then I'm gonna make those lines like I said earlier. I'm just gonna make it like branch out in a way so it looks a bit better. And then I'm gonna have to figure out how exactly do I want to deal with the shore. I don't know if I want to change it or just leave it as it is. I'm gonna have to see how it turns out at the end. So that's a whole full inventory of basalt gone. And I feel like I made a good bit of progress. It's fairly decent. I was hoping that I'll be able to make a bit more. But from underwater, it looks gorgeous actually, compared to how it used to look like. And if we just go up here and I will show you from the camera, it looks really good actually. It does blend in slightly because of the texture of the water and then the shadows and whatnot. So I feel like it's gonna turn out really good once it's done. I think I'm going to be adding maybe a couple of buttons or something to mimic the rocks. Probably going to be adding a bit more grass. And I think that's going to be it. I don't want to necessarily overcomplicate this. I think less is more in this situation. But it's really something that I wanted to do ever since I built the path. And I'm really happy that I finally got onto it. I definitely have to go mining a lot and repair my pickaxe and such, but yeah, I'm excited to see how this is gonna turn out. And also the fact that I'm kind of hanging out in the area, my iron farm is working, the farms in the mountains are working, the seeds are working, so I'm actually getting a few passive resources while doing this as well. And because this took way longer than I originally thought, I actually finished up the whole lake and I added a few small details that make it look much better than I originally planned it to. This is pretty much how it looks like from above. So you can see there's a lot of greenery around the lake. I try to kind of make it where in the middle of it, where it's more deep, there's much more. And then I try to cut it more on the sides. I think that some of the spots, maybe there's still a bit much, kind of like in that area. And then I kind of wanted to break that green color of the seagrass, so I added drip leaves, and I feel like they add so much to the whole thing. I try to add them more to the sides because that's how I picture that they grow. I don't really know how they do, but if we fly down below, we can see over here that it's basically only on the edges, and I try to kind of make them in clusters. I noticed that making them in clusters of 3 or 4 and a bit more offset, they kind of work really nice like that. And I tried to add a few here near the bridge. I fell straight into the water there. And with that, I feel like the lake is 90% complete. And why 90%, you ask? It's because I actually want to add a few lily pads. If you look like this, it actually looks really nice on the edges, but it does feel a bit bland right in the middle. So I feel like if I would add some lily pads and then make them kind of go towards the middle of it, I feel like that would make it look a bit nicer than it currently is. And maybe in the future I'll even consider bringing in some tropical fish. And also, now that I just saw this kelp growing over here, once more of the kelp grows, I'm gonna have a bit more color around here. Obviously, this is a texture pack, so it's not in the original vanilla. This is a vanilla tweaks thing. And even though it took me so long to finish, I feel like it was definitely worth it. Yes, I know, I said it a lot of times that it's gonna be worth it. And to actually show you why it took so much longer than I thought, I'm gonna bring you into the nether. Remember that farm that I built earlier? Well, that's gone now. And I completely redesigned it and made a new one on stream. I hear a pig somewhere, he's probably below. But this is what I kind of came up with. If you guys have any suggestions, feel free to drop them down in the comments. I know this is definitely not the most efficient farm in the world. I have to flip 2 levers over here to activate it and make it work. Then I have to jump all the way up here, step on this. I need to kind of prime it so it properly starts. And then I just pretty much sit here, hold it like this, and it's kind of debatable, honestly, if it's faster or slower than the original one is, so I don't really know. But it was kind of a fun redstone project. It wasn't easy to figure it out, so I learned a few things actually while building this about some redstone, which is always nice to learn how things work rather than just copying a template off the internet. So I feel like it was 100% worth rebuilding it. In the future, I'm definitely planning to maybe build a more automatic one. I need to see how that's gonna work. I'm probably going to try to make it in creative first, just so I don't struggle the way I did with this, doing it in survival, because I always had to craft resources. I have to craft comparators, repeaters, hoppers, everything that I needed for this. I wasn't prepared for it, so I'm gonna have to design it first and then I'll just build it over here. And if you guys want to see me struggle, you can just watch the live stream over on my channel. The VOD is there, and all of the previous streams that I made are also saved in there. And I also stream twice a week. Sometimes it's from my Let's Play, which is this one, and then sometimes it's from the Eternal server, depending on how I feel, what kind of projects I have to make. So yeah, hope I see you there. And obviously, we're not gonna just end the episode here. Even though that took me such a long time, I still want to do one more extra bit. I think I'm gonna have to kill those golems there. They seem to be way too many at this point. And actually, I just realized, could that be one of the issues that I have lag? So obviously not the fact that there's golems, even though being so many, it could be something that creates that much lag because they keep colliding with each other. But what I was thinking is maybe some of the items are getting stuck over here or something, and then that's why the lag is forming. But it doesn't look like there's any items sitting around here, so I don't really know. But anyway, let's go to where I wanted to go in the first place, and that is pretty much at the end and the start of this bridge. I want to finish up the episode by actually completing this path over here. So I want to link this with the bridge. So it's going to be the same kind of pattern that I did here. I might actually add the whole bush thing as well. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I'll just keep it empty and add some fence posts or something just to connect it to the bridge. But the thing that I really want to do is actually doing the path from over here all the way to the end portal like I mentioned before. This design I tried on stream and I don't like it. I came up with a new design in the creative world and I really like how that looks like actually. It's going to be... oh, what's going on here? I think that is a bit broken. Okay, that's funny. I didn't actually see any broken textures like this. Some of them were like slightly off, but this one seems to be really bad. I turned off the fresh animations, so maybe I'll have to look into an updated version or something. I haven't done an update to it in a very long time, so I'm gonna have to see if that's gonna work, because I really got used to having more animations around the world. And basically, like I was saying, I'm gonna make this path. It's gonna be a 3-wide path, so I'm gonna have to see how I'm gonna go from the 5 to the 3. But it's going to go pretty much this way. And I've already traced it over here. You can see the kind of line that I'm gonna take for it. I think it's going to be slightly different, but not by much, because some of the turns are not 100% as I want them to be. And also I came up with a different design, and I don't know if that's gonna work to have so many turns into it. So I'm gonna have to play with it a bit and see how it's gonna turn out. And I'm gonna show you a tiny bit of it. But first of all, I need to actually farm all the basalt that I need. So good thing that I made that farm now, because that's gonna allow me to actually get all of it, because it's going to be a lot. And after another hour or two of grinding and placing blocks, it's time for the big reveal. And when I say big, I don't really mean that big because I didn't completely finish. I just pretty much finished the road and I kind of added the sides here at the start just to kind of show you what it's going to look like when it's done. But I definitely don't have enough spruce and I need to craft a lot more fences to make this happen. So I basically tried to combine the stone bricks with the basalt over here, and then I kind of made the, I don't know what you call this, a corner I suppose, that goes from the 5 wide to the 3 wide. And then I basically have 1 fence and then 3 fence gates that basically raises the middle one up, and that's going to be the pattern going all the way through. I don't really know exactly how it's going to work out on these corners. I might have to possibly extend them or shorten them or whatever it is. I don't know exactly yet, but we're gonna have to see and I'm gonna have to figure it out how that's gonna work. Then I added the polished basalt to the sides, and then in the middle is just the normal basalt. And I also added some deep slate. I kind of want to break it up a bit. I don't feel like it's working as good when it's just like that. It does look really nice and smooth though, but I feel like adding a few bits like this kind of adds a bit more texture. For example, if I go into camera mode, you can see over here, that's how this one looks like, and then that's how this one looks like. Kind of have mixed feelings, so maybe let me know down in the comments which one you think works best. But basically, I made the path definitely much different than what the pattern that I put first actually looked like, and it's more going in a straight line than going in all those turns. So obviously I still had to turn, I forgot a couple of blocks here, but from over here it's pretty much just a straight line. It's just going up, which wasn't too bad because the stairs actually work really well with this. And over here I didn't want this to be really abrupt to go up, so I kind of made stairs 3, and I feel like it kind of works pretty well actually. And then it pretty much gets all the way over here, and I haven't really done much at the end because I do want to put that building over here. I didn't figure out what kind of building I want to put, but realistically I think I'm gonna go to the end, get some end stone, maybe some purple or something, and then try to make some kind of end theme build over here. I feel like that would fit what it actually is supposed to be, this thing, which is basically my end portal room. And because I actually got inspired recently, I was scrolling through the TikToks and all those kind of things, I want to add something extra at the lake that I just transformed. I do kind of need to figure out where exactly I want to add it, but I feel like it's going to be a really good addition to what I'm trying to achieve here. And then once I'm gonna actually manage to get the lily pads, is gonna pretty much bring this whole area together. I am considering to do it over here because this area feels really empty and I can't really think of what exactly would I want to add here around the mountain. So I feel like somewhere around this area over here, it would be a really good addition. I have a good bit of space both sides and towards the river, which is going to be towards the river, and it's something related to a river. So obviously I'm still gonna have to get a few more resources, but it's not gonna be as much as I need for those fence gates, but that's gonna be something for the next episode. I'll be grinding all the resources that I need in between episodes. I'm gonna try to build this thing and I'm gonna try to finish that path, so keep an eye on that. I'm hoping that I'm gonna get the next episode out a bit earlier than this one and it's not gonna be such a long gap in between, because I definitely want to keep playing on this world as much as I can, make videos for you, and actually keep true to the reason why I made the series. The whole idea was that I didn't want to actually stop playing, and I made this world before this forever world became a thing, and it was basically a thing for me to keep tabs on what I'm doing, continue playing, not create a new world, and actually share it with other people that would be interested to see what I'm going to be doing in the world. And also looking back at it a few years from now, I'm going to see where I actually started and how the world looked like when I started doing it. Because if I wouldn't document it, then I wouldn't have anything to see in a few years. I built a wood farm. Is it very efficient? No. Is it very fast? No. Does it produce a lot of logs? No. Was it fun to just play Minecraft and build a silly farm? Absolutely. You also might be wondering, why did I need the wood farm? And I'm gonna show this a bit later on in the episode. I do have a pretty big plan on what I want to do with this wood, and you might actually know already because of the thumbnail, but I'm gonna show that a bit later on, and we're actually gonna go get cracking to finish the path that we've started in the last episode, because I really want to get that done and actually have a proper access to the end. Also, while I was struggling to actually get as many saplings as I could out of this and actually be sustainable, I had to remove the roof because the really big oaks are actually helping with this, and they're not that bad to cut down. And to show you what I actually got, it's one chest full of logs. I kind of converted these just to kind of see how it works. So from one stack I would get 48 with the bark all over, and then I got 2 rows of leaves. It's definitely not a lot, but I haven't been farming the leaves yet. I just want to get the saplings first, and it looks like it's really working. I got a stack and 11, and I'm actually getting way more than what I have to plant. So I think by planting just the oak over here, I'll be able to actually get much more saplings out of it, and then I'll probably just do another batch where I'm just going to take the leaves out from them, and that's gonna be it. However, while you guys watch me ramble about building the road, I'll be over here and farm a few more leaves, a few more oak logs, and hopefully start this build fairly soon, because it's taken me a lot of time to actually gather what I have over here, and I'm kind of considering to make an automated farm, to be honest. And that is exactly what I did. After trying the farm for a bit longer, waiting for the saplings to decay, it was taking way too long, so I decided to just make a really quick automatic azalea farm. It wasn't really that quick because it took me a while to figure it out in creative what's the best kind of way to do this, because the trees won't form if there's too many blocks around them. So this is pretty much what I came up with. If everything goes to plan, I kind of tested it here, I didn't test this part, but if everything goes to plan, I should be able to just sit in this hole over here, turn on the farm, and then I just mine up, and all the blocks should be falling down in my inventory. So it is a bit annoying that I have to use 2 levers to start this, but I guess it is what it is until I kind of figure out the better way. I could technically run a redstone line in between and it would do the same job, but for the moment this is what I have. I actually took a trip down to my mob farm. I took a lot of bone blocks, so let's drop a few of them into here, and that should give me plenty to run the farm for a while at least. This dispenser up here barely uses any bone meal because it only triggers whenever there's actually something there to bone meal. The one below needs to constantly bone meal this moss block, so that uses a lot of bone meal. But I do have a good bit because the mob farm actually produces a lot, and I definitely want to build a moss farm in the future and maybe make a more interesting farm. This is where I'm gonna test kind of smaller builds, and then I'm probably gonna expand on this. There's obviously a lot that can be expanded on. So let's flick this lever over here. That should kick in the farm. It's actually very loud with the clicking. So like you see here, basically that kind of starts, the tree grows, and then it gets pushed over all the way to that side. There we go again, and then in theory I should be able to just stay over here. Like I said, I haven't tested it yet, but it should be working. I don't really see a reason why not. It should put me in swim mode, I believe, whenever this kicks off. So I will just sit over here, swing my axe, and that's gonna be it. So I will go into camera while I do this. So yeah, here we go, it is working. The question is what's going to happen when the logs actually go on top of me, but it does look like there's no issues actually. So the only thing now is, am I gonna be able to reach the top log? It looks like I did. I don't know if I'll be able to reach the very top one, but that's not too big of a deal. I can always chop that down manually. I know I'm gonna lose a bit of wood, but like you see there, it doesn't really grow as high as I originally thought, but I put the piston there just in case. So the farm is definitely not the fastest in the world because it does take a while for an azalea plant to spawn over there, but I do feel like I can partially AFK here rather than on the other one having to wait for the leaves to decay. And I can also use this as a manual farm too. I don't have to just sit in that hole. I can work both farms at the same time while this one with the bone meal runs. I can also go and plant the saplings over in the other farm. And also because this is actually producing some seeds, some carpets, and all the other plants, I made a composter thing here, and so far I got 5 bone meal, which is definitely not a lot. For some reason there's some chests and hoppers in here, so maybe that's why it wasn't properly working. There's 6 now, so let's drop those in here. That should kind of make the farm working. And actually it got to the end, so I need to make sure that I break these, or else the logs are just gonna stop because there's nothing left to push. We got a bit lucky there, as you might have noticed. There were a few coming in at the same time. So I can definitely do this manually just like this. I don't have to sit in the hole. But I was thinking that whenever I'm gonna have to do something, it's probably gonna be good to have it AFKable like that. I do see a big issue here, and it looks like some of the items actually get shot on this other side. So let's see if putting that log over there would fix the issue. The problem is that I don't know if the azalea tree is gonna grow if there's a log there, because like I said, it does get pretty finicky of what blocks you can put around it and what you can't. So let's wait for an azalea to spawn, and then we'll see if that actually gets pushed over. And here we go, it actually worked. Okay, so that seems to be fixed. I don't see anything else dropping out through here, so that's really good actually. So I think this is actually a much better option than the other farm. I know it uses bone meal, but really bone meal it's rather easy to do, to be completely honest. I could probably get a lot of leaves if I use some shears on this, because I'll need some azalea leaves. I don't know if I need that many, it's mostly oak leaves that I need, but the azaleas are gonna come in handy for sure. Basically I got almost 2 stacks while I was just explaining what I did with the farm, so I'm really happy that it works like this. And it's really low resource, it didn't take a lot of time to build after I figured out how to do it, and it kind of produces some bone meal as well, so definitely doesn't produce enough to be fully sustainable. And it does look like there's some being dropped over here still. I'm gonna have to monitor it a bit more just to kind of see where things are popping through, where they shouldn't be and stuff like that. But as a general idea, I'm really happy. I do have 2 sources of wood now, and it's really nice to finally build some automation. So now all I have to do is AFK a bit longer over here, use the other farm, get all the wood that I need. I probably will need at least 2 double chests full of oak logs. And then once I'm done with that, I'm gonna bring you straight to the build that we're gonna be doing. And I also forgot to say that this actually works as a manual farm as well. If you have flowering azaleas, you just sit here, right click, and then it automatically grows the trees for you in case you have a surplus of flowering azaleas. So I just slept the night away here at my B&B. The nice village B&B that I have near the bridge, just behind it. And I want to let you know that I finished the whole path. I a bit underestimated how much wood I needed for all those fence gates, but I managed to farm it. I got a good bit of farming near at the starter house, and we made it. This is the whole path. So let's take a flyby now with the whole thing fully complete. And once we get to the end, I want to show you something that I have discovered in one of Exuma's videos, and actually makes this look really, really good. So going down, just walking the path looks pretty much like this. It looks really nice. It looks really simple, but also looks noisy at the same time. It looks clean. And I really, really like it how it looks like. Obviously, I'm gonna have to do a good bit of terraforming around here. I want to have this dirt lowered down so no mobs can actually go onto the path, because that's the reason I put the gates and the walls in the first place. And to show you what I meant earlier is this. How crazy is this thing? To see the world from all the way up here, you can see the camera actually wobbling. So it kind of follows my character around, and it's like such a cool view to see this from above. I can zoom out obviously, but it kind of cuts off at the render distance and it kind of messes up the terrain a bit. But it actually is so cool to see the world from this angle. I know that technically I could just go into camera mode, but that camera actually makes it look different. It looks like a bird's eye view. I don't even know how to explain it, but it looks so good compared to the camera. And I think I might be using it every now and again just to kind of showcase how the world looks like. I kind of want to try what Exuma tried and see if I can fly. I don't know how he did this. Not gonna lie. I don't know how he did this. I'm falling. All right, so for that's not for me, but it does look fantastic nonetheless. Let's try to climb over on this bridge over here. Okay, I'm here now. Let's activate this. And this is kind of what it looks like. It looks so cool. And to see the village from this angle, like seeing it from above and seeing the farmer village as well, I feel like this angle is kind of the best to look at this, but it's such a cool mod. I think he was saying that B-Dubs actually discovered this and he was showcasing it. So I'm happy that I actually watched the episode. I was really late with Exuma's episode, but I'm glad that I discovered it. So now the next step is going to be to actually start this build that I was promising you and you've seen in the thumbnail. And the first step of doing it is to use the scar method. So I'm going to have to see all the dirt that I have stashed away in any chest that I might have hidden it. For example, this one, I can probably use some grass as well. I don't really see why not. And looking how difficult it actually is to gather all this dirt and grass, I think I definitely need the storage system. But to do that, I feel like I might need a bigger iron farm, and I think I'll definitely need the redstone farm, so that would be a witch farm. So we'll see how many episodes it takes for me to actually build that. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I had an additional librarian. How did he actually get over here? I will never know. And now I'm kind of wondering if I had another one somewhere, if this one managed to escape, which is rather curious because I searched every single spot in this village and there's literally no way out. So I would assume that some other villager nudged him and then he managed to get out somehow. I can't really explain it. If there is one thing certain in this game, is that villagers are always going to be an absolute pain to deal with no matter what. So after scrambling through all my chests, I managed to gather 2 full shulker boxes of grass and dirt. I have a bit left over here, and there's 1 more double chest over at my base. So I do hope that that's going to be enough to actually finish this whole thing. So I'm just going to start placing blocks, see how I'll manage to do this thing, and we'll see how it's gonna turn out in the end. I know it looks really ugly with the dirt, but once I'm actually going to put in the wood and the leaves and all the other small details like the fence posts and all that, it's gonna look really good. As Scar would say, you just need to trust the process. Also, I kind of wanted to make it slightly bigger, but by going higher, it kind of felt like it's going to overpower the mountain. The mountain is not as tall as you would think, and this tree, just with the dirt as it is right now, it's about 1/3 of the mountain's height, so going too high, it wouldn't look too good in reality, let's say. Even though this is not really reality, I do feel like I want to keep things a bit more to scale, at least in this area. Once we're gonna start building all the farms that we have and we're gonna start building a bit bigger, then we're definitely gonna have the ability to build better, bigger, and more detailed things. I also want to give a shout out to Pete Thumb. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm gonna leave his channel name in the description. He's building amazing trees, and this is what kind of got me inspired. I wanted to build a willow over here, but then I stumbled across his channel, and the way he builds trees is absolutely incredible. So if you want to learn more about building trees, go over to his channel, subscribe, show him some love, see what kind of designs he's coming up with. He's building really cool, and he's actually explaining the way he does it. So yeah, thank you for all the inspiration, and I hope if you ever see my video, I hope you're gonna appreciate the tree that I built. To give you a small update, this is pretty much what I have so far when it comes to leaves, and I completely underestimated how many leaves I needed, and I really overly estimated how many logs I need. I barely used like 1/10 of all the logs that I actually gathered, and I ran out of leaves so fast that now I'm back to farming leaves, which is a really slow process, especially that I need to make sure that I still have saplings to plant new trees. But regardless, I'm gonna keep going. I want to finish this tree and get the episode out for you guys. So this is about 6 hours later. I was not expecting it to take that long, but it's so slow to actually farm leaves without going to a nearby forest and decimate everything. I'm trying to stick to my rule where everything that I farm needs to be renewable, so instead of going and taking down a forest, I'm planting every tree, taking the leaves, waiting for the leaves to decay, planting them again, and so on, so on, so on. And because of that, it took me another 6 or 7 hours to actually finish the tree, but now it's actually done. So are you guys ready to see this? This is it. Honestly, it looks much more impressive at night, and I still need all the vines and the glowberries to grow. I kind of did a test in a creative world where I increased the tick speed, and it's going to look really, really nice after it's completely grown down. I'm probably gonna have to clip some of them because some of them are reaching really, really low and it kind of feels a bit crowded. And also I have a really nice idea where I will probably try to get some firefly bushes, try to hide them around here, maybe even keep them on the surface. I feel like they would look really nice if I put them close to the water, and then maybe even try to get some spore blossoms, try to hide them like within the trees and stuff. I feel like they would add a bit more atmosphere around the tree, because as good as it looks just with the leaves particles right now, I feel like it could look much, much better. But I'm really happy how it turned out. It took so long, but I'm glad that I spent the time. And now that I kind of learned how to build a custom tree, I know that I need to go bigger, like much bigger. Something that I realized with my builds is that I kind of go really small, so it's hard to add a lot of detail. This tree kind of has the same problem, because if it would have been bigger, it would have looked much nicer, but I couldn't really make it bigger, because then it would just overpower the mountain. So I kind of have to keep it at the scale that I currently built around here. And then the more I expand the world, I'm going to try to build bigger builds so I can add more details and make the world the way I actually imagine it. So yeah, if you guys have any other suggestions that I could add to the tree, do let me know down in the comments. I would be more than happy to put them into practice and add a few more things around here. Obviously, I'll probably have to terraform around the tree a bit, because just this plain grass looks really boring. So maybe I'll try to add some moss or try to do a few bits around here just to kind of make it look a bit better. Maybe I'm gonna add some more of these drip leaves. It's gonna look really nice around the tree. Definitely gonna add those fireflies once I manage to get them. Maybe use some of those new bushes that got added. I feel like that could add a lot on the terrain around here. But yeah, it took me a very long time to finish this episode, and I hope you guys enjoy it. And I hope you guys enjoy the tree as much as I do, and you actually trusted the process to actually get where we are right now. I know at the start with the dirt, it didn't really look like much, but now that I actually finished putting everything down, and once the vines are gonna grow, you're probably gonna see that in the next episode how it fully looks like when it's grown. But even just looking at this, you can see how the light shines through the branches. So that's actually a really nice thing that I managed to incorporate into it, because it kind of needs to have some light going through the branches, and I'm really happy actually that I'm on this angle to be able to see this now. I have finally started to build some farms. And if you look over here, this one is actually really, really powerful. Even though it took me less than 2 hours to gather a couple of materials and build it, it's working so good. I have not AFK'd at all, because I'm trying to not AFK too much in the world, as I said before. And this is what I have so far. I crafted a couple of blocks already, so let's craft these as well. So we have 3 stacks of magma blocks over here. And this is maybe, I want to say 10-15 minutes of just sitting up there during stream and talking to chat and stuff like that. So the farm is really, really good, and it's really, really simple to build. I kind of used just blocks that I had in my ender chest, to be honest. I didn't really design anything in advance, so I just kind of made this target kind of shape, I suppose. And it's actually working really well. I do have a couple of issues with some of the magma cubes spawning right on the edge. So I think I could actually add another layer of leaves, and I do have to add a glass ceiling just because some ghasts are spawning around here, and even though they don't attack the golem, I don't want them to attack me while I'm in the area and hit the farm or hit something else that I'm going to be building around here. But in order to get all that glass, I have to go and trade with some villagers for a while and try to get some emeralds to actually trade with the librarians that have the glass. And the good thing is that I don't need that much glass because I can just make a couple of lines, I can leave a 2-block gap, and that should be enough to prevent ghasts spawning. And I originally thought to dye the glass, and I'm not really sure what kind of color do I want, but I might just be dyeing it white just because I wanted to have a bit more contrast with the farm. The farm is gray and orangish, and I feel like adding the white glass on top would kind of make it pop a bit more. So I managed to get a stack and a bit of glass from all the chests that I have lying around, so I'll definitely need to properly build a storage so I don't have to rumble through all the chests that I have like this. And then I have a box here with some rotten flesh and a box here with some string that I can trade with some of these guys to get a couple of extra emeralds. It's not going to be a lot of emeralds, but then again, I think I only have one villager that sells me glass, so it's not that bad. And he actually unlocked really fast. So now let's find those clerics and trade some of this rotten flesh. Here we go. This guy is actually a novice, so I don't know how that happened. I do believe that the original one might have ran out somehow. Same as that librarian kind of ran out. And then this one is a master, so this is the original one. The rotten flesh does go away really fast because it's 32, so half a stack. But it is nice to have these guys because I can get ender pearls, I can get some glowstone, I can get redstone, which is really helpful. So I'm glad that I have these guys really early on, and I actually have the brewing stands as well, so that means I'll be able to get a bit more. And did I just trade with a third one? I only have 2 brewing stands here, so how are there 3 of them? Or am I imagining things right now? Maybe I'm just imagining things. No, there it is. It's 3 of them. How could it be 3 of them? I don't have 3 brewing stands. Or is there a third one that I left somewhere that I don't remember now? This is kind of the thing, I don't come that often in certain areas, and that's why I kind of want to make these villages, because like that I'm gonna have to actually travel in between them whenever I need something, so it's gonna make the world a bit more interactive than it is right now, because currently I was working only on that bridge, I was just working there. I was then working on the magma farm, I just went there. So I do need to kind of make a bit more infrastructure around here and to be able to trade with them a bit better. So now I just need to find the guy that actually sells me glass, which shouldn't be that hard because I only have 2 villagers over here. There we go. So that gave me almost a stack. So I do have to wait now until the next day for him to restock. But we will see how much glass I actually need. I will need some bone meal actually, which I don't know if I have in any of my ender chests, to be completely honest. I don't think I do, so I will have to go back to my starter house to get that bone meal. But it should be easy enough to make some white glass, and then I'll go put a few lines up there on the farm. The day will go by and then I will see how much more I actually need. And to be honest, I got a pretty decent amount of emeralds just by trading that string and the rotten flesh. So that farm, as old as it is, it's still a really good thing to have in your world early on. And this is how those 2 stacks and a bit of glass look like. I know I said I'm gonna be using white glass because it might create a bit of contrast, but honestly it's almost transparent using the shaders. If I would be without the shaders, it would look something like that, so it would look the way I originally thought. But I am playing with shaders and this is what it's going to be. And it definitely doesn't look like that was a lot of glass. I barely managed to get 3 lines, so I would probably need another 5 to 6 stacks maybe. So I'm gonna have to do a good bit of trading over there. But I did make the longest lines, so that's a good thing. So I'll be going back, get some more glass from that villager of mine, and I'll be back to finish off this thing. And then we can have a look to see if there's still going to be any ghasts spawning. because to be completely honest, I might have put this one too high. But then again, if I would have lowered it, then the magma cubes, I don't know if they would still be jumping. To give you a quick update on this, I am a bit over halfway done, so I don't need to make too many more trips over to the villagers to get the glass. However, while I was doing this, I thought I'm being smart, so I replaced all these with soul campfires because I said, oh, they're gonna die much faster. But then I realized that magma cubes don't actually take fire damage, so they were completely useless. And obviously I had to start fighting them myself, and I almost died a good few times in the process, which was not fun. But luckily I didn't die and I didn't lose any items. But it was fun to see how many small magma cubes were actually underneath the platform, because they were slipping through the campfire and the top block there because the gap, it's not big enough. So enjoy a small time lapse of me fighting all these and almost dying in the process. Oh, and fighting all those magma cubes, I actually managed to get like 4 stacks of magma cream, so it wasn't that bad in the end. And that is the last piece of glass that should complete the farm. Even without these last 2 lines that I was still missing, I think the farm is so much faster. I noticed that the magma cubes can't jump as high, so they touch the ground quicker, so they're gonna jump again much faster. So they're gonna get into the hole much quicker than they are when they do their long jump, because they have a bit of a delay when they jump so high. So I think the farm is actually a bit faster now. So let's see, what do I have over here while I was like kind of building it and flying back and forth. Oh, that's a decent amount of magma cream actually. So that's a stack and 41. So it's going pretty well, I'm not gonna lie. I do have these soul campfires in here, probably gonna take those out. So we are well underway to start building our gold farm. It's probably not gonna be happening in this episode like I originally thought it would, because it did take me quite a long time to actually finish up the farm with the glass and waiting for the villager to reset its trades and all those kind of things. So I think that's going to be something for the next episode. But the episode, it's definitely not over yet, because I do want to do one more thing, and that's going to have to be done here at the starter house. It's been a while since I last updated these maps, so I'm gonna have to take them all away, lock them so I can replace them here without them changing, and then go and try to expand the map to what it currently is. Because the plan is to actually make some kind of room or tunnel where I'm going to be able to showcase all these maps, which I'm going to update every now and again. I didn't really decide if I want to do it every month or every 100 days or whatever it may be. I'm just going to do it whenever I feel like there's enough progress in the world that it's worth capturing on the map. So the first thing I want to do is make sure that my hotbar is full, so none of the maps end up in there and update themselves before I lock them. And then I'm just gonna pop them off, and I'm going to put them in my inventory like this, same way as they were on the wall. So now let's fly over to the village and get some extra maps from the villagers. and try to get all those maps locked and updated. Right, so I got a couple of maps from my cartographer over here. I don't have enough emeralds to get more, but 21 should be plenty. So now it's just time to duplicate them, and then I'm gonna have to to get some extra glass, which I didn't really think through because I will need some glass panes in order to lock those maps. And it doesn't look like I have any left unless there's 10 of them here in this shulker box, so that should be okay. And that's how it looks like. So we're gonna have these over here and then these over here. I'm gonna lock these first before I mess something up. So you basically need to put your glass panes and your map into a cartography table. You can see this lock over here now. And that's going to be locking your map, and it actually says locked on it, so it's easy to identify. And then you just put all of them, lock them up, and there we go. So now, for example, I do believe I am somewhere in this area. Yes, I am over here. And as you can see, the map doesn't change at all because we know to the left side of that map we do actually have something. So now if I put that here and I get this map, you will see that on the left side of it there's actually the farmer village that we built earlier on. So obviously I'm gonna want to fly over here because I do want to get a fully uncovered map. I don't want to just have like partial maps. So we're gonna fly over here. You can see that the road actually generated in there as well, and because of that I will actually have to land somewhere over here just where the map ends. Let's land in this area like here. We're gonna place that map and then we're gonna put a new map in our inventory, and we can right click and that should generate this one. So that pretty much covers this village over here, which by the looks of it doesn't look like it's covering my tower right now. So I would assume that I'm going to be using another map now. So let's take this out, take another map, right click, and then we have that small bit that's actually sticking out into this new map. Then we can fly over here at the bridge. Pretty much halfway through the bridge, I think it's a new map that's going to start. So we can take this out, put another one empty, right click, and that will create our bridge. I will have to do this a few more times just to expand it all the way to where our path is right now. I don't really have that much space in my inventory, so I'm gonna have to probably go and fly a bit back and forth to figure this out. So I do have a new area over here. You can see the path there. It does look like I need to fly over to this side just slightly. And then I'm gonna go over here at the village, or actually I'm gonna go over at my B&B, as I used to call it when I was building the bridge, sleep the night away, and then I can go continue mapping the rest of the area. So it took me a while to actually get all these maps properly sorted because I forgot that I enlarged the maps. So they're not on level 0, they're actually on level 1. So I was trying to figure out why they don't match. And I couldn't figure it out for the world of me. And then I finally read the description of every map. And then I realized that the ones that are locked are actually expanded. So then I had to go and fly out again to rediscover the maps. To give you a comparison, this is what we have. So this is the locked map. So we can see the house. We are over here. This is the mountain. And then we have the mob farm, and this is the village. This is pretty much what I had last time when I created these maps. And then this is what we have right now. So this is more or less unchanged. We do have the extra willow tree over here if you have a look. You can see this one here, and then the willow tree. It's a really bright green over here, which is really nice to see. Then for whatever reason, there's some kind of small glitch over here. If I look from over this side, I don't really know why that happens. Maybe if I put this back? No, that doesn't seem to be fixing it. But regardless, this is the village. These are the farms, the bee farms that make me wheat, potatoes, carrots and all that. So you can see that they weren't here at that time. Then we have the path. This is the mason village. This is my B&B village over here while I was building the bridge. I wish you could see the bridge a bit better over here, but unfortunately it just looks like a regular road. And then this is the road that I made all the way to the end portal. It looks really, really dark, but at the same time it still kind of looks pretty cool. I was considering to make like a square map every time, but I feel like that would be a bit of a waste of time, and I'd rather just make the maps of the areas that I actually built. To show you a comparison of the Mason village, this is how it looks like on the expanded map by 1, and this is how it looks like on the regular size map. So it takes 2 maps to actually contain the village, because this kind of small bit, it's on a second map. But the second I enlarged it, it actually is contained on this one. And this is the one that actually made me consider if I made the maps right, because I used to have this one and I dropped it over here. And when I was looking at the map, when I was flying from this map into this one, it was correct. This one was actually showing up, but then I couldn't figure out why don't they match, until I actually managed to see that when you look on the maps themselves, this one is a scaling at 1:1 and it's a level 0 out of 4, and this one is actually a level 1 out of 4. And that's what kind of gave it away that that's the correct map that I need to make. So unfortunately I did waste some maps, but oh well, it does happen. I can always go grab a few more from the villagers, so it's no big deal. I do have some extra item frames now because of that. I crafted way too many. But this is pretty much how the world looks like. So I think I'm gonna have to put this into the book that I updated the map today. So today is actually the 9th of June. Let's go do that now before I forget. And here it is. Map update, the 9th of June 2025. Unfortunately, I didn't actually add when I created the map the first time, but I could in theory go back through my videos and actually see if I can manage to get that date. Maybe I'll work that out in between episodes. But regardless, this is now when we updated the map, so we'll see when I feel like it's going to be time to actually make a new update for it. So obviously I'm not gonna just leave these here. I just added them here for the time being because I don't really have the space. And looking at the way the maps are going, I'm not going to be able to put them on a wall, unfortunately. So I think I'm gonna have to figure out some kind of way where I enclose them into the ground somehow, and then just make a hallway basically that takes me out into the distance, and then we can just put some signs or something like that where we can put the dates where each map was from. And then when we look back a few years from now, we're gonna be able to see how the world looked like. I wish I would have made a map at the start of the world just to kind of see how it looked like when we started. But unfortunately that didn't happen as well. But you know, the more episodes I make, the more things I come up with, the more things I remember, and hopefully I'm gonna be able to keep track a bit better going forward. And to stay on the same page and actually stay on track with things, if you look all the way in the distance there, that is my ominous bottle farm, and somewhere to its left, I believe, all the way up there where that thing is sticking out behind the mountain, that is the raid farm. So according to the rules of my world, I will have to actually build a path all the way there. I think I'm going to count the path in the Nether as an okay path that kind of sticks to the rules. I won't be able to build a path in the overworld for everywhere I have to go, so I'm gonna stick with building paths in the Nether. But the one that I currently have right now, I don't feel like it counts. It needs to be a proper Nether tunnel with ice and with rails and the whole thing before I can actually count it as a proper road and Nether tunnel. So I'm gonna have to get a lot of ice to actually build that tunnel. I'm gonna have to get a lot of rails, which those are not that big of a deal because I do have the iron farm and I'm doing pretty well on iron. However, I do have to build a gold farm in order to get the powered rails that I need, or else it's kind of useless to have rails if I won't be able to power them, right? So hopefully in the next episode I'll be able to build that gold farm and start building the Nether tunnel the proper way. Obviously I'm gonna have to go to the magma farm to get more magma cream to actually craft all those magma blocks that I need for the gold farm. And I think that instead of AFKing, I will start building a path from the nether roof portal all the way to the magma farm. So like that, I'm gonna have paths both on the nether roof and I'm gonna have paths into the actual nether. Because I feel like some of the farms are definitely better to just be built on top of the roof. But maybe I'll start building them underneath the roof once I actually get some proper resources in place. Because honestly, I feel like it's not the worst idea to make multiple farms of the exact same thing, especially that I don't want to AFK too much, so the more farms I have spread around the world, the more resources I'm going to get. Today I want to do two things. To build an ice farm, because this one behind me doesn't necessarily work as well, because it's a lot of manual work that I need to do, and once it fills up, it doesn't produce anymore, so I'm kind of wasting a lot of ice. In case you're wondering, I built this on stream a while back, and it's gotten me a good bit of ice, but like I said, it's kind of lacking because there's no automation and it kind of stops whenever I'm not in the area. So what I want to do is to build a semi-automatic farm which kind of pushes all the ice in a really huge cube, and then I'll just be able to mine the whole thing whenever I need to. And something that I remembered rather recently is that ender pearls can actually load chunks now if they're in a stasis chamber. And I tested this over here, and this area behind me that I just broke, it's actually been loaded by this ender pearl. So I just logged back in, so I had to disable it because it won't work anymore if you log out. But basically, I want to build a farm in only one chunk if I can, and then add an ender pearl stasis chamber under it or above or next or whatever it may be, which means that that farm will work as long as I'm in the world. So I'm not going to have to bother being near it, because I do want to work on a few different projects as well, and I don't want to AFK next to it. So that's going to allow me to actually get a bit more ice, and I think I'm going to be adding a few more stasis chambers around the world the more farms I build, because they seem to be pretty darn good. I'm even considering to add one at the mob farm just to have some passive drops, and maybe one near the iron farm. I feel like the iron farm specifically would be really good. I wish I would be able to add some in the nether, but unfortunately there's no water there, and I think I should be able to do that with a chunk loader, but I haven't really played with those, so I'm gonna leave those for a later time in the series. For the moment, I think all the farms that I'm gonna do in the nether, I'm just gonna build them in such a way that they're gonna be manual. So since I already kind of dug a bit over here and this kind of looks bad, I do want to add a building on top of this once I'm kind of finished with the ice farm. So obviously I won't be able to add anything on top of this, or else ice won't form. So I'm gonna have to design some kind of thing where it's just encased, but the top is completely free. So I decided that I want to do the semi-automatic farm somewhere in this area. I'm gonna have to check the chunks to see if it actually would fit. I do have a design that I'm kind of working to make a tutorial on. If you guys are interested, do just let me know. So I think I'm gonna try to see if it fits in a chunk, put an ender pearl underneath or in a corner or somewhere. As long as it's in that chunk, the pearl will just load the farm, and that should do me very well. But before I start building, I need to gather some resources. I need a lot of piston, some target blocks, a couple of repeaters and observers, and a few other redstone components. So I'm just gonna gather those, and then we can start building. And for the target blocks, I actually will manage to finally use some of the wheat that I've been gathering from my farm. It sure is nice to come down here and see that almost all the copper is now fully oxidized. There's only a couple of blocks that are kind of still working on it, but I'm really happy to see that it's finally fully done. I remember when everything was actually that brown color, and now to see it all transform looks really nice. So let's take a look over here. We definitely have plenty of wheat. Oh, there's 3 chests here, so yeah, we definitely have plenty to do all those target blocks that we need. And also there's just something about walking on the copper blocks. I only need 18 target blocks, and that's what I crafted. I have 19 because there was one extra one in my shulker box, but I always like to have some extra in the shulker box itself. So now I can just drop this wheat back into the storage system, and then let's start building. And with this last piece of redstone, the whole farm is complete. It should trigger any second now. There's already one piece of ice that formed over here, so it does work. Let's just wait for this to trigger and see if it actually pushes both of those through. Like I said, it's not going to be the fastest, but when it snows, I think ice is actually forming faster than normal. So here we go, that pushed. This should actually push further down now. I will go sleep and then we will be right back. So it does look like the farm is working. As you can see, one piece of ice actually got pushed all the way down. So the way it's going to work is going to push this all the way down and then it's going to get to the next row and so on, so on. So the only thing that I have left to do is to actually build some kind of collection area here that is going to be right underneath this. It's going to be just some water going one way or the other. That's going to collect all the ice that's dropping down, just so I don't have to bother to actually run around it every time I break it. Oh, and also I need to put down the ender pearl to make this work even when I'm not around. And you might have seen the ghast behind me. I tried to build with the ghast and unfortunately it did not work. It feels clunky, it doesn't feel natural, it moves weird. By the time I managed to place one row of those pistons, I actually just pillared up and I finished the whole farm. So at the moment, I don't feel like it's worth using the ghast to build up in the air. So hopefully they're gonna add something new in the future that maybe is gonna make it a bit more viable and easier to use. And the whole farm is now done. The only thing left is to figure out where exactly do these chunks meet. And it looks like it is right here. So I'm gonna dig down like this. Gonna have to make 2 bubble columns, so I'm gonna have to go and find some soul sand, get some water in it, throw 2 ender pearls, 1 in each chunk, because I didn't manage, no matter what I did, to build it in the same chunk. So I'm gonna have to split it in 2 of them, because no matter what I tried, I couldn't actually fit it in 1 chunk alone. And this is what it's going to be. So I'm just gonna have to throw 2 pearls, 1 here, 1 there, and that's gonna keep the farm loaded. And it actually is a bit faster than it was on my test world, to be completely honest, because it's making ice rather fast right now. So as long as I have those pearls there and I have this really huge farm next to it, I think I'm gonna be fine for ice, and I always will be able to actually multiply this farm because it is extendable. That's kind of the beauty of it. I can basically use the same clock and I can just go that way. I probably should have faced it the other way around so I can go that direction and not towards the village, but I don't think I'm going to be doing more there 4 or 5, so this area should be plenty to just build this. It doesn't look like I have any soul sand around my boxes or my ender chest, so I'm gonna have to go back to base. And I think in my starter house I still have a few pieces of soul sand there. I'm gonna go grab those. Looks like we do have a thunderstorm, so I'm gonna have to sleep that off as well. Even though everything that I built so far, it is lightning proof, because I have lightning rods where they have to be to stop all the lightning around my builds. And that's what I'm going to try to do around the world. Every time I build something, I'm gonna build a shrine next to it, or rather in the range of it, so all my builds are fully protected. So let's check this chest. Yeah, 2 soul sand over here. Gonna fly back, get the bubble column sorted, and we should have a fully functional farm. So while I do other things, I'll be able to see if the ender pearl trick actually works, because going back to number 2, because I never actually mentioned it at the start of the video, the number 2 thing that I want to finish in the episode is to actually put ice in my nether tunnel. So for that, I'm actually gonna have to do a lot of packed ice, and that's why I need all these farms, because using normal ice, it's not necessarily a thing that I can do because it will melt. So I'm gonna have to use packed ice for the time being, and then once I manage to gather a lot more ice and I'm gonna expand this farm further down and it's gonna generate much more, then I'll probably be using blue ice because that's even faster. And when I say faster, I mean for boats. Alright, so I have a 3 deep hole over here. I'll do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That should give me plenty. I'm gonna be using ice because it's easier to make water. And also, this is another thing why the ice is such a good thing to have, because you can use the ice to make water and you don't have to carry buckets everywhere. So I'm going to do this. That should create all the water sources that I need. Going to do that. Then I'm gonna break these 2. I'm gonna be placing down the soul sand, and that should kick me up straight away. So now all I have to do is test if the ender pearl thing works, which by the looks of it, it does. I thought that 6 deep, it might not be enough, but it does look like it is. So now all I have to do is leave the area, do other things, and I'll be back later on to see if the farm is actually working. One last double check just to see that everything is fine. So I have 1 pearl there, 1 pearl here, and then this chunk pretty much stops right at the edge of the farm. So everything should be loading and the farm should be fully functional. So because my next thing that I want to do is actually going to be in the nether, I don't have enough ice to go start the path. So I'm going to be going AFK for like 5-10 minutes over at my house, see if the farm is actually going to work, and if it does, then I'll be able to do a few other things around here and finally go place the ice to have a proper boat ice tunnel in the nether. And actually, to not just AFK, I will go and repair my tools because some of them are kind of halfway, and I'm definitely gonna have to use the silk touch pick a lot to get all that ice. The ice farm, unfortunately, it's one of those farms that you can't really automate because the only thing that works is silk touch, so it has to be semi-automatic at one point. And also I realized after sitting here for about 2 minutes that my next project should definitely be a farm that gives me a lot of XP. And that might actually be the gold farm. I feel like I would need a lot of gold to make a bartering farm, and also if I make it manual, it's gonna give me a lot of XP. So rather than doing one of those potion farms, even though I think they should be really good, I kind of want to make more of the old school farms that actually give me some resources as well, rather than just making one of those XP farms. It took a while, but finally all my tools are fully repaired, so let's go check on that ice farm if it actually created anything. And just looking from a distance, it does look like it did. I don't know how much, probably not much to be completely honest, but it does prove that the ender pearls are working. I don't know if player proximity makes ice form a bit faster or something like that, which could be the case, but regardless of that, the ice is working. So if I always have an ender pearl over here while I'm in the world doing something else, then this ice should form all the time. And in the meantime, I can use this one over here as well, because this is going to be working while I'm more or less in the area. I do want to change this for slabs first, because I feel like if this wouldn't freeze and it would be water sources, it would help with freezing a bit faster. So let's do that first. You just saw that trigger there. So we have a second layer, which is really nice to see. So I'm gonna put a couple of slabs over here. We're gonna do a full harvest, see how much packed ice I can get out of this, and then hopefully finish up the tunnel in the nether. And when I say finish the tunnel, I don't mean fully finish it, I just mean putting down the ice, because I definitely need to gather a few more materials and actually come up with a design for the tunnel itself. So I added all the slabs here, and I realized that using stone is not the best idea because my pick actually almost insta breaks this. So I'm gonna have to replace every single slab with a wooden slab instead, and I think that's gonna make it a bit easier. And here we go. All wood slabs are in. Now I can start to do a full harvest and see how much packed ice I actually managed to get, because I feel like I would need at least a shulker box to be able to finish that whole line. So we'll see how far this is gonna get us. Alright, so I cleared pretty much half of the farm and I managed to get 2 stacks and 16 of packed ice. So I'm definitely going to have to do a lot of ice farming to actually complete that tunnel, and I might have to expand these ones a bit sooner rather than later at this point, because looking at things, actually making all the tunnels that I will need in the nether, I'll definitely need a really powerful ice farm. I managed to get 8 stacks and a half of packed ice. I'm going to be crafting a good few torches. I'm actually going to get the sticks and the coal with me. I don't know how many torches I'm going to need, but I'm going to try to see how far these 8 stacks are going to get me. And the reason that I want the torches is that right now I have bottom slabs in the nether in the tunnel, and once I place the packed ice, mobs would be able to spawn. but by using torches, they won't be. And this is another reason why I want to put packed ice, because if I use just normal ice, it would just melt under the light of the torch. So let's go in and see how far we can get. So if you didn't see, this is my tunnel currently. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to have the ice here. I'm going to leave these 2 blocks stone. And I'm just going to break this and then place some packed ice. I think this is actually going to mess up this slightly because the tunnel is up here. So I will probably have to use a boat right away in order for this to work. Unless I manage to do something and start a bit lower down. Which honestly I might actually try. Did I not pick up those blocks? Did they just fell down? I think they did. I think I'm just gonna waste a piece of ice. Oh well. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. I'm probably not gonna have enough anyway. So it's not really that big of a deal. So I'm gonna break these like that. And then it's a bit difficult and a bit scary to do this because ice is very slippery and it's gonna be really, really easy to just fall off. So hopefully nothing is gonna happen. But I'm gonna see how far these 8 stacks are going to get me and then I'll bring you guys back. I actually can't believe it, but I made it all the way to the end to the other portal and I still have 2 stacks and 6. Which is actually really surprising. I don't know why, but I really thought that the tunnel is much longer than that. I'm happy it isn't and I managed to finish it. However, looking at it is definitely not safe to boat, especially when I get around that corner. So I'm probably gonna have to work on a tunnel design and start building it. I don't know if I want to do it out of stone. Maybe this first one is going to be stone because that's the thing that I have the most of. I might consider doing something else maybe, I don't know yet. I'll probably think about that in between episodes to be completely honest and I'll see where that goes. So for the time being, I'm gonna go back to the ice farm and see how much it actually produced while we built this. Oh, and the bonus for this is actually the fact that I had to drop this a bit lower, so I can either jump, which is really fast on ice, or it's actually tall enough for me to just fly through it. Which is actually pretty good, except I hit that part. And I'm back at the ice farm, and it does look like it generated a good bit of ice. It's definitely not a lot. I was hoping to be a bit more, I'm not gonna lie. But it didn't take me that long. I think maybe it was like 20 minutes to completely put that ice down. And I can tell you straight away that the next tunnel that I'm going to build, I'm definitely building it straight with the ice. Because it takes so much longer to break the blocks that I placed and then replace them with ice. Doing it just with ice the first time probably would have saved me a lot of time. But regardless, I do have the farm now, which is really nice to see. We're at the 2nd level now, which is really good. So it's just a matter of doing a few more things around the world. The ice is gonna generate, and hopefully by the time I need more to make the next tunnel in the Nether, I should have plenty. I'm over here at the farmer village right now because I'm trying to get some emeralds and also trying to repair my tools after that very long time lapse of gathering wood. And the reason why I need those emeralds is to gather the last material that I need for the Nether tunnel. And to actually get that material, I need to go over to trade with my masons. And I don't think I have enough emeralds currently to get all the blocks that I need. So I'm over here trading a bit. I almost managed to repair my pick and my axe. They're kinda there, so I'm gonna go grab a couple of more pumpkins and melons, trade with these guys, and then head over to the Mason village to trade the last part that I need for the tunnel. Also, the fact that I have to keep flying back and forth between my mountain and the farmer village reminds me that I definitely need to make an automatic melon and pumpkin farm somewhere here, so like that I don't have to keep going back and forth. And because I know the trick with the ender pearl now, I can probably drop an ender pearl down next to the farm and I'll be able to just get melons and pumpkins all the time. And the last item that I need is going to be bricks. I don't feel like I have enough emeralds for the amount of bricks that I'm going to need for that tunnel, but at least I'm gonna have some to start. I'm gonna show you guys exactly how the tunnel is going to look like. And then if I have to, then I will just come back and gather a few more and then complete it. Because I would rather get the tunnel started rather than procrastinate again, don't do anything and just complain that I don't have the materials. There is actually one good news, and that is that I don't necessarily need the full bricks and I only need slabs. So at least that's going to double the resources that I'm going to make out of this. So we'll see if that's going to be enough in the end. And because I was talking about making a farm with ender pearls, let's check on our ice farm, because I've been actually in the nether for a pretty long time now. And I've been flying back and forth through here. So it looks like this is almost finished over here. And it does look like the ice farm has now about 4 rows, if I were to guess. I think that's 4 rows. So considering I've been in the world back and forth between the nether and stuff, it seems to be pretty decent. There's actually only 3 rows, not 4. But the 4th one is getting started there. And I think I also mentioned the last episode that I had to re-trigger the pearls, but it doesn't seem that that's the case on single player. So I think that's only the case for servers, that if you log out, the pearl won't work anymore to load your chunks. But it does seem like the pearls actually do work for a single player, which my world is. So I'm really happy that I don't have to constantly replace the pearls around the world. And that means that I'll be able to build a few more farms with the same loading mechanic, and that's going to make it a bit easier to actually get farms going. I don't know if I necessarily want to build too many of these, because I kind of feel lag spikes, and I believe that some of them are because the farm's being loaded, since every time this clock runs, the pistons are going to trigger, so there's going to be a lot of updates happening in my world. So this is probably not that bad because it's only 2 chunks being loaded, but I'm afraid that if I'm going to use this with a lot more farms, I think that's going to be pretty bad. So that could be an idea where I could design some farms that all fit into one chunk, go from build height all the way down to the bedrock level. And like that, I can only load them with 1 pearl, so it's going to be only 1 chunk loaded rather than a lot of them. So maybe that's something that I'll be looking into the near future. I need to say that I'm also happy that I kind of overdid the wood farming when I was building the tree, and I have a lot of logs left over here, so I didn't have to actually gather all the oak wood either. But there was a good bit of farming of basalt, and there was a good bit of farming of spruce, so I'm really hoping that that's going to be enough for what I need for this tunnel. So let's fly over to the starter house over here, go through the portal and show you exactly how this tunnel design is going to look like. So I did drop some of the materials over here that I need, and then these are going to be the next batch. I did farm all the spruce wood because I needed barrels and spruce fences, and I know that barrels technically I could have used any type of wood, but I feel like the spruce one is the easiest to get out of all of them just by manually chopping it. So what I will have to do over here is drop down my ender chest, grab my stone cutter, I will place it over here, and I will start with doing the bricks first because they are kind of the first layer that I need to place down. So they are going to be something like this. So it's going to be on both sides. They're all going to be half slabs on the ice, so like that I can still boat through the ice without having to worry about slowing down of the blocks that are here. Then on this side over here, I decided that I want to have 1 step, and then it's going to be something like that. I made it this way just because like that I can come in with the boat and I don't have to jump. I can just walk like a staircase basically without having to worry about it. And I feel like it looks pretty decent. So I'm going to place a few of these slabs like that, just to show you the design basically. And I'm going to be breaking these over here. There's definitely going to be a lot of breaking of blocks. Then I'm going to grab a stack of barrels, some of these. So the barrels are going to be over here. Let's see if I can place this properly. So the barrel is going to be something like that. Don't really know what's going on there. I hope they're not after me. So I'm gonna have a line of barrels like this on pretty much both sides. Then on top of the barrels, I'm gonna have the basalt that I gathered. Luckily, the farm that I built is actually working pretty good, so I didn't have to be there for too long. And I also had a bit stashed from last time I needed some basalt. That was really good. Then on top of this, I decided that I'm gonna be doing some spruce fences. This is purely so I can still see into the nether. I wanted a tunnel that didn't take away everything from the nether. I still wanted to feel like I am in the nether. So preserving views in tunnels is actually something that I really like. Some of them do feel like they need to be fully enclosed. And obviously they're going to be, because I'm not going to break into this whole netherrack over here. But wherever I have open nether, I wanted to preserve that, so I decided that using fences is actually a good way to do it. Because getting glass right now is a bit too much, because I only have the one villager. So I definitely need to work on that. So for the time being, I'm just going to use the fences, and they definitely do the job. On top of the fences, we pretty much have another row of basalt over here. And then on top of that, we have, you guessed it, another row of barrels. So this is pretty much a mirror that's done like this onto the wall. Let's place one over here as well. And then for the ceiling, we have the bricks again. Like I said, it's pretty much the same situation that I had on the bottom. We only see the lines of the barrels over here, which I really like. I don't want to see the whole barrel. It would look a bit off. For example, if I would put the slab a bit higher, you could see all the barrel, and I don't feel like seeing both of those lines. I feel like everything is a big line anyway. So just having it like that, it's plenty. And then the last part of the ceiling is going to be another layer of basalt going this way, which is pretty much going to match the sides. So whenever you're gonna go straight with the boat, I tested this in a creative world. It actually looks really cool. One thing that I was debating though, and maybe you can let me know down in the comments if you agree with this and if you'd want to see this, or is it better without. I was thinking to add some trapdoors over here, and specifically oak trapdoors. So like that, this is going to blend a bit better with this area over here. So I'm not 100% sure if I'm fully sold on that. So like I said, let me know down in the comments which one would you like most. And one last thing that I forgot to say is that I'm going to be adding rails on all this ice. So right now I do have torches because I didn't want any mobs spawning. But I'm going to be adding rails, so I'll be able to transport mobs with a minecart if I have to. And I'll also be able to still place down my boat to actually go really fast through the tunnel, which is pretty much the idea of it. And this is pretty much how it looks like after placing just a couple of blocks. That was pretty much a stack of everything more or less, and it got me this far. So I'm really hoping that is going to be enough to get over to the other portal, but we'll see how that's gonna go. So enjoy a bit of a montage / time lapse of how this build fully turned out and how it looks like from the outside. And I am back after about 2 hours of building. I managed to run out of materials. And I actually did a fairly decent project. I was definitely not expecting to finish the tunnel with the resources that I had, but I wasn't expecting to get that far. The portal is literally just there, so I'm almost done with all the basalt and the bricks. I do have to add a lot more barrels and definitely a lot more fences. But I don't think it's gonna take me much more to finish this, because I think the hardest part was to actually go through the tunnel where I had to dig everything. because once I actually managed to get here in the open area, it was much faster. You can see by my pick, it's more than halfway done now, and I definitely forgot that I will have to mine all this. So to show you how it looks like now, I will be able to actually fly through a bit now. There's definitely some mobs spawning here and there, which is definitely not ideal. But I'm gonna add the rails down as well because I don't want these to spawn and forget about them. Now I know they're spawning because I was building the tunnel, but I will probably come back in a week or two, forget about this and get killed by them. So I'm definitely gonna go grab some iron, grab some more wood, and place down all the rails. Even though I don't have the powered ones, at least I'm gonna place just normal rails like I did on the tunnel above the nether. And that should stop the mobs and it should make the tunnel functional. Welcome back to another episode of me building tunnels. Just joking, but I am definitely finally finished with this tunnel after a good few trips going back to the overworld, grabbing a good few materials, and realizing a really big flaw in this tunnel. Some of you probably already noticed what's over here on my left side of the screen, and that is that I replaced the fences with some gates because I forgot that they are flammable and lava burns them. By the looks of it, even fence gates burn. So I think I'm gonna have to come up with something else, probably some nether wood, and replace it with that. Honestly, I think I might actually have to replace the whole thing. I don't feel like I would like that, to just have a bit of nether wood just where the lava is. So maybe instead of replacing the fences and all that, maybe I will just go and destroy that lava pocket that's up there that creates this lava flowing down, and maybe that's gonna fix it rather than trying to come up with weird solutions. By the way, is this burning of fences and gates a thing only in the nether? Because I can swear I've been using lava on top of fence gates and they were never burning. Is this a nether thing? Do you guys know? And now, because the tunnel is fully complete, I can actually place down a boat and actually go and travel with it. And it's actually looking really cool traveling to the tunnel. I do have to make one more stop where I added some fence gates because I had the exact same issue happen. I believe it was somewhere here, yes. So let's hop off. And I do have to figure out how to get to that lava as well. So let's break this. And break that. Don't look at Enderman if possible. Don't fall down either. Oh. Okay. That was much closer than I would have liked it to be. But that was not the lava we were looking for. Let's try to get somehow up there. Don't know from how far this actually is coming from, but it looks like it was just there, so that was a lucky one. So never break blocks underneath you, especially in the nether. Place this fence down, but actually let's place that down and then the fence. And that should clear the lava, yes. I crafted a few more fences over here to replace the fence gates. I don't know why I didn't think of this the first time around to just remove the lava. I guess I just liked how the light looks like. And now we can just ride all the way to the end. It's such a satisfying thing to travel on ice. And once I actually put the blue ice, it's gonna be even faster than this. Yes, ignore my mess. Also, I'll probably add the cactus over here so I don't have to bother breaking the boat every single time. So like that is just gonna drop into a hopper, I can grab it and that's it, rather than having to, you know, kind of figure out how to deal with this and all that. So I'll probably do something of the lines where I'm gonna have a cactus with a hopper and then a dispenser with a pressure plate on it. I'm gonna hop on the pressure plate and then that's gonna put the boat down and I'm just gonna go, so I don't have to always place and break and always mess with the boat, right? So yeah, this is finally the tunnel fully complete. This is how it looks like when I fly. I can fly over on this one, or I can fly like this. There's a good bit of space, to be completely honest. If I don't come with too much of a speed around here, I can pretty much go like this. So it's a pretty decent sized tunnel. Obviously it could be bigger, but I would say for my first nether tunnel and coming up with a design that kind of works, I feel like it turned out pretty well. I definitely have to make some of those bigger farms. Maybe once I make a bartering farm, I'll make something out of blackstone. And I do have to say that this slightly annoys me. And maybe I'll consider to put one of those, was that like a chiseled basalt? I don't know how it's called. Just put that in here in this corner. It's literally just this corner because it's just the inside. You can't see it on the outside corner. I guess you kind of can, but it's not the same as you see this side over on this one. So yeah, I'm happy this is finally done. It's been a good few couple of hours. It was definitely much longer than I thought it would be, but I'm really happy and I'm really pleased that I kind of stuck with it and I finished the whole thing. And having the boat now to travel around is going to be so fast and convenient. I don't have to use rockets, no elytra durability. I still have to connect the actual spawn point because right now it's still a bit far away from where the farms are near spawn. But now with one tunnel done, I definitely have the momentum and I definitely want to build much more to make it much easier to travel around the world because I definitely don't want to fly everywhere. Even though it's like really handy, flying from over here all the way to the raid farm that's like really far behind me takes a rather substantial time, where if I do have the portals, then I just hop on in a boat and it takes a couple of seconds only. Today's episode is gonna be all about gathering materials for the gold farm. And luckily, there's only a few materials that we need. It's not gonna be a lot. And I will have to AFK a lot for one of them, which is going to be the magma cream for the magma blocks, because this farm uses a lot. So the first thing that we need to do is to actually get some seagrass and then fly over somewhere, find some turtles and get some turtle eggs. Luckily, seagrass is really easy to get. You just need to shear a bit of the underwater grass and that's it. So now for the more difficult part, let's go and try to find some turtles, because honestly I don't remember if I've seen any since I started this world. I think I'm going to be flying towards the spawn area, which is pretty much where the raid farm is. I'm hoping maybe I'll see some turtles on one of these beaches over here. And if there aren't any, then I'll probably just fly somewhere back and see if we can find them like that. So it looks like I didn't have to fly that far, even though I flew all the way to the raid farm and came back, and I didn't actually notice this guy's here. So let's try now. Are they gonna come to me if I hold the seagrass, or are they not the same as all the other mobs? Does look like they kind of do. It's hard to tell, to be honest. So let's try this. Here you go, have some grass. And we should be... oh, there we go. I do need to remember that I need to use Silk Touch to get these eggs. If you step on them or use a tool that doesn't have Silk Touch, they will just break. Technically, I only need 4 of them. So I don't know, can I rebreed them? I think they still have a 5-minute cooldown. I think it was a thing in the past where they didn't really have a cooldown, so you could have done it a bit more often. But I do think they patched that now. So in theory, we should be fine. I only need the 4 eggs. Worst case scenario, then I'll just come back to here. I know they're very close. There's a patrol here saying hi. And yeah, to show you where it is, that beach was over there, and then my end portal is over here. So it was really close actually, which was really nice. So now it's time to just go and AFK at that magma farm actually, because I will need a lot of magma blocks. It does look like I have an unfinished tunnel over here that I probably want to do as well. I don't know if I want to do a tunnel or I'm just going to put some fences to the sides so I can just boat with that. Probably gonna put the fences. I don't feel like there is a need in actually making a decent tunnel over here, even though I would kind of like to do it because it would make it look nicer. Even though it's the top of the nether, I would still kind of like to have a decent enough path for that. And then we can kind of enclose the whole area and it would look nice from the outside. I guess that would be a challenge as well, because usually when you make tunnels, you only think about the inside because you don't necessarily see them from the outside in the nether. So maybe this would be a nice challenge because sometimes I might have to use the inside and sometimes I will just fly past it if I need to go somewhere else, for example. So maybe I'll look into that and see what I can come up with. It's definitely going to be a simple design. I don't want to have anything overcomplicated, but that's a project for a different day. Now we are here to AFK for all this magma. But actually before we AFK, let's see how many magma blocks did I manage to gather in the short time that I was actually here. Oh my god, it's so loud. So I have 2, 4, 5 stacks. I honestly don't even know how many I need, so I will have to double check on that, see how many stacks I need exactly to not over AFK. Where is that platform? Here we go. Can I make it on the scaffolding? Can I? Oh no. You don't want to fall off the scaffolding like that because you are pretty much going to die, and especially that I will more than likely fall straight into the farm, and we definitely don't want that. Alright, so I will be AFKing over here for a while and I'll see you guys in a second. And AFKing is exactly what I did. I managed to get everything that I need for the farm and a good bit extra actually, which is really nice. I was doing a few other things around the house while I was AFKing, so that was nice to get all the magma blocks that I need. So now the only few small things that I need are going to be some trapdoors, some slabs, you know, regular kind of blocks, some hoppers to make the storage system and whatnot. But those we pretty much already have. I do have the iron that I need, I do have the wood. I'll probably chop down a few more trees and we should be all good for that. But something that I realized that I kind of need for this farm to make it a bit faster while we don't have any wither roses is to actually get some cauldrons going and place them somewhere over here near the village, so wherever it snows I'll be able to get some powder snow, because I think the closest mountain is actually pretty far from where I am, even though it could be the case that there might be some powder snow somewhere over here. It doesn't look like it though, it just seems like it's normal snow, that's snow layers on top of grass, so it's unlikely that I'll find any around here. So I'm just going to place down a couple of cauldrons over here and I think that should do me well, especially that I do have a good bit of iron now. And also it seems over here that the cube of ice is fully complete now, so if I do go into camera mode quick, technically all this ice should be stopped right now. That is correct. So I should be able to just go in here and mine everything. I don't know exactly what would be the best way to actually mine this ice. Would it be to like just jump on it like this and break it like something like that and then go down? Probably that would be the best thing to do. Oh yeah, here we go. It actually worked because I broke some of it. So let's go all the way here. And whoops, I broke a piston, which is not ideal. Did I get the redstone back? No, I did not. So let's break whatever we can over here and enjoy some ice ASMR for the time being. I didn't include the whole thing being broken because you guys probably would have gotten bored by it, but this is pretty much what I got so far. It's about 2 rows. There's actually some, I think, still coming through the hopper, so let's get that in here. So about 2 rows of ice, which is not too bad. I can't say that it's a lot, to be honest, once I convert it into packed ice, and especially that I would need a lot of blue ice to actually make the tunnels the fastest that they can be. But I guess it's ice that's being generated while I am not here, which is actually a really good thing. So to actually do what we came here for, what I was thinking is, since I already have this chunk over here being loaded, why not place the cauldrons down over here? Because I will know that whenever it snows, it's going to snow in this chunk specifically because of the ender pearl. So I'll be able to just gather the powder snow more easily rather than being sure that I'm around the area. So let's see over here. So I need this. Let's take one of those, put the ender chest down. I don't even think I ever used cauldrons to get powder snow, to be honest. I always kind of went and grabbed them from the mountains because that was easier to find. But then again, here I am trying to kind of keep the world size a bit low because it is getting rather huge that I need to explore further down. So I don't know if I mentioned this, but I actually trimmed some of the chunks in the world, especially the ones that I've only been into for a few seconds that I was traveling to. For example, when I was going to the trial chambers, I only flew past a good few chunks and then going around the world and stuff, discovering things. So I trimmed those down, keep the world size a bit more decent. And that's actually going to help whenever a new update comes along. I'll have chunks that have new features a bit closer by, rather than having to go really, really far to explore them. So it's a pretty much win-win situation. So I do think that 21 cauldrons should be plenty. I don't need that much powder snow, to be completely honest. I only need like 4 or 6 blocks or something like that. That would make sure that the magma cubes are actually gonna die a bit quicker. So I'll go grab some wood, some slabs, all those other things, and go find the area for the farm. I just got the last thing that I need for the farm, which was some glass. And because I don't want this episode to be too short, I decided to actually build this farm. Enjoy a nice time lapse of me struggling to build this farm from a tutorial, by the way, that is made by Wattles, in case you guys are wondering how I made it. I wanted to design something myself, but at the end of the day, it would have been something more or less similar. Gold farms, unless they're really, really complicated, they are kind of similar on how they get built. You basically build a platform out of magma blocks, get the piglins to drop, and you kill them. So that's pretty much it. One thing that I don't believe Wattles showed was how to build a storage system. So I'll probably design that myself somehow, because I want to have some auto crafters and all the other things there while I stay at the farm. So we're going to be building the farm now and probably going to be doing the storage system either in between episodes or maybe next episode. Luckily, there's a nether waste fairly close to both the magma farm and the portal that we have over here. So the farms are going to be relatively close together, but I don't think they're going to be close enough to affect spawns on either one of them, which is going to be really nice. So let's go. So now that this is actually done, it's time to test it. I need to say that it was actually really easy to build, and it definitely doesn't need a lot of materials. So you could in theory build this fairly soon. You don't need to make all 3 platforms, you can only make one, smaller one even. And then the more kind of drops you make, the more you can expand it. I do feel like I could have probably built it a bit earlier, but I wasn't really in need of anything, and that's kind of the way I want to play the world. I don't want to just build all the farms unless I really need something. And from this one, I really needed to get some XP and some gold to prepare for the bartering farm, from which I will definitely need a lot of obsidian, a lot of blackstone. The fire resist potions will come in very handy. Some quartz, I believe it actually comes, so building with quartz would be really nice. And I think there's actually a few more drops coming out of that. So one thing actually that I do want to do, because we are dealing with XP here, and I don't necessarily want the XP to be trapped in those hoppers. So I feel like if I would put down some carpets, that would maybe save me a bit. So like that, all the XP will come over to me instead of just getting trapped in there. And the way we start this is to shoot in one of these pigments. Apparently he wasn't too interested. I suppose it's because my bow is too strong. Oh no. My bow is too strong. Maybe I'll be able to hit one that's like going to drop from up there. Doesn't really look like it. Okay, change of plans. Let's see. Do I have any snowballs in my ender chest maybe? It's unlikely that I do, to be completely honest. I don't know why I would have snowballs in there, but it's definitely worth a shot. Or maybe even in these. No, it's only emeralds and stuff. So in theory, I could punch this guy, but I don't really want to do that, because if I do... Oh, I almost got that guy. This is kind of like one of those games. See if I can hit the pigman. Oh, there we go, I hit him. So those guys are angry. And now these guys are angry as well. So let's hold the pickaxe in my offhand and see what is happening here. It does seem that they do want to run towards me first instead of going towards the egg, which is definitely not ideal, but it does work. I wonder if I would maybe put some trapdoors there, if that would help. It did look like that guy actually jumped from there. So I'm thinking to add some trapdoors over here and then they will just fall down. Maybe that would actually work. So it's definitely not the fastest farm in the world, like I said, but it's definitely faster for XP than everything that I have so far, because they spawn much faster than what the skeletons are in my skeleton spawner, and I'm also going to get a lot of gold. So yeah, I do think that I'm going to be putting some trapdoors over here, basically just 3 to match this platform, and then I should say that that would fix everything. I just need to hope that none of them are going to be falling on my head. I hope that would not be the case, but I do believe that I can probably put the trapdoors to go up so they can hit the trapdoor when they fall and they can't actually jump all the way to where I am. And that's my pickaxe fully repaired now, so it's definitely much faster than the farm that I had. Let's see how are we looking over here with the items. I'll just use free cam real quick. It does look like some of the drops are falling over there, so maybe it would be worth to add another line of hoppers over here maybe. So like that it's gonna collect those items as well. And I definitely want to put these trapdoors over here because I feel like once I do, the farm is gonna be much faster because now these mobs are actually taking the mob cap. So I'm gonna kill the ones that are currently here. I'm going to be flying away, so hopefully they will lose aggro on me. And then I can go back and place a couple of these trapdoors. Technically, they should be despawning at this distance, so I can probably go back. So I'm definitely going to put that other line of hoppers there. That would probably be really good. And then adding the trapdoors, that should make it a bit better. The question now is, will this guy remember? Yes. So I suppose that is one of the problems with this, that this guy will always remember that he's angry at me. So I do believe that I have to leave the nether maybe for this to be working. So let's try to go to the portal, and then once I pass through the portal, we'll see if that resets the farm when I come back. Okay, so I am back over here, and it does look like they are still aggroing on me. So I do believe that I have to kill this guy, unfortunately, and then I will have to kill all these guys. So like that, none of them would actually remember that they're mad at me. It does look like some of them are still falling, but it does look like they're not mad at me anymore, which is a very, very good thing. This is what I got out of all of those. Are there... So there's a good few items over here, actually. So let's break this. I think I am rather safe now. So there's still a lot of XP here, apparently, that's stuck. So I do have to come up with something else, I believe, to make this work properly. So for the time being, let's fly up in the sky, get rid of these swords first, and try to place some trapdoors. I put all those trapdoors like that, so they should hit on that and fall straight onto the same platform that all the other ones do. And then I place the boat over on this one, so like that, any of them that get close will jump into the boat. I will always have aggro, and then I can just kill them when I run away. So let's see how well this would work now. Alright, so it does look like I passed 100 levels, which is really nice to see. The XP is really fast. And actually, the hoppers are definitely not able to keep up with all the loot that's coming through. So some items will probably despawn, to be honest, which is a bit unfortunate. But the farm works regardless. So for an XP farm is definitely really, really fast. I did come up with a fix here. Because I put the carpet, the small piglins won't be able to actually get underneath this slab, which is really nice, which means that I am getting all the XP now. So that makes the farm slightly faster XP wise. So next episode I definitely want to get some kind of storage system over here, maybe a sorting system, auto crafter and all that. So we kind of save up on a bit of storage, because I don't want to make one of those massive ones, especially now that we have a crafter available. And maybe in the future, once I have a bit of a better fuel source, I will even smelt the swords into nuggets. So yeah, I think this is pretty much the end of the episode, because I definitely achieved more than I planned to. And I'm happy that I finished the gold farm actually, and I didn't keep you guys waiting for too long. And coincidentally, this is episode 30, so I feel like we made a really big improvement to our world in episode 30, which is a really round number. So as always, thank you for watching. I do appreciate all your support. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to leave a like and share your thoughts below. And if you're new here, consider subscribing. Until next time, happy crafting!